Okay. 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 Yeah, one. We're back. Hopefully, that is the hope. If it happens again, then I'm calling it for the day because I'm not doing this back and forth. I'm not doing this. All right. Have a coupon. Jack has no need for this. 50 gil. Wow, how generous. Except not really. No, not status. Config. There we go. Turn it down a bit. Probably told the story. How did you meet Sabina? My ex's best friend's grandmother couldn't continue to take care of her, and so we offered to take her. How far are you into 14 story? So I did play 14 like a long time ago, but I wasn't playing it for the story. I was trying to get to like end game stuff so I could play with friends. So like generously you could say Heaven's Word, but I don't count that time with it. I really don't. Your internet okay? The internet seems fine. It's just the fucking router and or modem. Hold on. How old is she? She turns 11. Hey, Kaylin. Yeah, it's Spectrum. It is Spectrum. Please cast Signet. Oh, wait, shit. What I need to do... I need Records of Eminence. Where do I go to start Records of Eminence? Windurst Woods at J10. I'm in the port right now. It's Waters. We gotta go on a walk. Wait, hold on. There we go. I lied a little bit earlier when I said I had to quit 11 because no one wanted to group with Dragoon. It was also because my 19-year-old self didn't understand money management in-game or IRL enough. Fair. Very fair. Hate Spectrum sucks. It's the only internet where I live. Yeah, fucking cable monopolies suck. I mean, we have another option, but it's like they have this for a really good price, so... I've seen people resurrect online play for PS2. I would not do this on PS2 because like I know that like at the end of its life it barely worked. Monitor 2 with FF11 encyclopedia. I have BG Wiki. Oh yeah, with yeah, like there are people who have like PS2 games working online again. Not just I don't know about this. I don't know if anyone wants to get this working on PS2 again. But yeah, people have resurrected PS2 games. I know that. Stopped playing them a couple months after they introduced Field Quest because somehow I still felt like I needed to farm bird blood so that I can get any decent kill. Well, I mean, now you can just like buy Acheron shields with Sparks of Eminence and sell them to an NPC vendor. Would you prefer I sent money through GoFundMe or the YouTube premium chats? The super chats, YouTube takes a bigger cut with the super chats, but if that's all you can manage to do, that's okay. Spectrum is really poop from a butt. Yeah, they're not. None of them are good. Still waiting for them to connect fiber to my street. Got into an EU program, and they have time till January 2027. Fiber is great. Spectrum is really bad. If the modem is older, it will eventually constantly DC your stream. Yeah, like we don't have an old modem, but we have had it. We did get it replaced like last year or something. How you doing, Miki? Good to see you. I know you're in my likes on Blue Sky. No. I don't care that this is the tale's beginning. We're not doing that. So fun fact for those of you who don't know, back in the day in 11, when you owned an expansion and you went into an area, the area where like the opening cutscene to that expansion would start or would trigger, it would just start. So like if you had Promathia and you were on like the rank 3 nation mission and you're going up Delkfit Tower, you would just get fucking thrown into the opening of Chains of Promathia. Like when you were in the middle of the main like base game story. But my roommate who was playing on PS2, I was playing on 360 and it worked just fine. Yeah, it was cross-platform. To be fair, playing PS2 games on PS2 is the purest way possible to experience those online games. So my current PS2 is a fat model, so I cannot play online with it without the modem add-on. Like that add-on's cheap. That add-on is cheap, so it's not as big a deal as you think. Didn't get your response. Does this game have conventional FMVs? The only FMV is the one that is on startup when you start up the game, which in my settings I have it. I have that setting turned off. All the story is told with in-game visuals. There is no voiceover whatsoever. Alright, so I need to speak with Felm Jabezat. Or are you just the vendor? So as we enable the original objective. Okay. You can see how long ago it's actually been since I actually had to do this. Quest. Through the quest, activate the first step forward objective. Well, I can't. Oh, tutorial basics, first step forward. There we go. Not to keep up the hate, but agreed about Spectrum. No, keep up the hate. It's fine. Worked for them for years, and they just shut down my building, and I lost my job. Dude, that fucking sucks. Fuck Spectrum. Hope you land on your feet soon, dude. How hefty. All in-game scenes only opening. Yep. Currently looking at the logistics of running 11 on my ROG Xbox Ally X while it's docked so I could relive the moment of playing this on my full-ass TV. I'm sure you can do it, because that's just Windows. GoFundMe it is. Here's hoping everything goes well for Sabina. I'm a father to 5 fur gremlins, so I know what it's like. Thank you so much. Yeah. Let's see. I thought 14 had hype moments like 16. I wouldn't know about 16. It's not easily available anymore, especially the one with SATA hard drive support. I mean, the ones that are aftermarket with SATA, those network ports don't work as far as I know. Like, you'd have to, like, get an actual, like, OEM one, which is not hard, and then get, like, a replacement board, which I don't even think you have to solder. He knows who I am. I am aware of you. To say that I know who you are is a bit of an overstatement, I'm afraid. I donate, can't watch much, have to go to work. Wish you luck. Hope your kitty gets better. Thank you, Miki. Thank you so much. Hope work goes well. Network adapter for the PS2 is pretty cheap. You can replace the connector, put a SATA disc. Yeah. I've only got cat calls for you. My girlfriend was watching me play 16. She mentioned 14 being similar. I wouldn't know. Fond memories of parties wiping while waiting for new players to finish the Chains of Promathia cutscene because people would want to go ahead and start pulling. Oh, man. Yeah, I almost had that happen when I was on Eden. What's Spectrum? Spectrum is an internet service provider here in the States. Alright, so now I can actually, like, start accruing experience. Hours upon hours spent power leveling with Japanese players in the middle of the night in Valkurm Dunes. So, for the 11 video, between the context section and the main body, I'm going to be on camera, like, laying out, like, my methodology for the video. And for that, and I'm going to be on a green screen. So, like, gameplay footage is going to be behind me. And I'm going to be wearing a shirt with Valkurm Dunes on it that says, I survived Valkurm Dunes. Just to, like, say up front without saying it, like, okay, I do kind of know what I'm talking about. Actually, don't need. Actually, don't need. I don't need the ice crystal, ice or lightning, really. But oh, I have to actually, like, get into the area to do it. Hold on. I'm going to try and recover my Play Online ID and get this going again. My podcast mate would be down too. What server are you on? I am on Phoenix right now. On this character, I'm on Phoenix. Knows who I am. One of my New York homies is friends with Wang, and he knows I called him the Reddit man. Yeah, Justin Wang, the Reddit man. That sounds about right. I want that shirt. It's a nice shirt. You gotta make the green screen background look pure white, but turns out it's just Valkurm Dunes in the daytime. Yeah. Oh, that's awful. I love it. 16 was my first game, and the aura farming is what got me interested. It's ironic now that people hate the game for it. I wouldn't know. I wanted to name our one boy cat Waka, but my wife vetoed it, and his name is Harrison instead. Boo. I remember some people going back in the day. Some people back in the day hated 11. That 11 wasn't a single player. Yeah, that was a common sentiment I found. If anyone want to get into retro PS2 games, just buy yourself a PS3 Slim and mod it, and you'll be able to get to play all your PS1 and 2 games without dealing with the PS2 console. PS2 is awesome, though. I love my PS2. I love 2 out of 3 of my PS2s. The third one, because its DVD drive its DVD laser is kaput. Alright. Vanquish multiple enemies, of course. Monthly. Anniversary. I should get signated again. No, not content. Okay. Not sure what people find so similar beyond the icons of 16 being the primals from ARR and a little bit of shared terminology. Very different experiences. Protector of the Federation, Selele, at your most humble service. So, that was it. Yes, I know what I'm doing. Thank you. Thank you, Selele. Actually, hold on. Let me get Signet on me again. Gibbs Signet. Always name pets after Mass Effect characters, and wife didn't have anything to say about it, thankfully. Did she know? Here in Brazil, 11 was not played at all. We were in WoW, and of course, Tibia, that we could play in any potato. Fat PS2 models are the best with DVD players. Yeah, I learned that. I want to get mine fitted with a hard drive, so that way I can just boot games from there. Dragora. Yes, repeat. Was making 11 an online MMO a gamble for Square Enix? The entry barrier itself seems like it would turn people away. Did they have previous experience with online MMOs? They did not have previous experience. It was a gamble in the sense that, like, it was new territory for them. I probably should have equipped the couple things I have just sitting in my inventory. All of our cats are named after Star Wars characters. Harrison because it sounds better than Han. Fair. Very fair. Good PS2 fat for less than $30. Oh, that sounds nice. Sakaguchi was the main guy who spearheaded it. He became a huge fan of MMOs after moving to the US. Yeah. He got a lot of people at Square to play EverQuest, and that's how he basically convinced them to do 11. She knows I made her play through the trilogy like a month after we met. Aw. Is there anything more romantic than saying, play this video game? Very interesting to know. I thought he had less and less clout after producing Intent. 11 started in 1999, so before 10 and Spirits Within were out. Because 11 came out in 2002 in Japan, May 2002, less than a year after 10. Less than a year after the movie. The battle theme's great. Monthly subscription to keep playing one online game in modern day is not a good deal for most people. No, it's not. Not for most people, but we're not most people. I'm like the same height as the Mandragora. This is cute. Good morning from New Zealand. Good morning, Fred. I hope you guys are enjoying this riveting Final Fantasy XI experience. Ha! Can't wait for the 14 video. When it eventually comes out, you're going to be waiting a long time. If I don't play MMOs, but I heard the horror stories of OG 14. OG 14, from what I understand, is more just like, oh, this is 11 again, but somehow even more repetitive in spots. That's how I understand it. Then it's become more and more of a theme park over time. The reason they don't combine subs is because 11 is tied to play online, and there's nothing they can do about that now. I mean, when the Alliance raid started, they did start having, like, deals again to, like, get half off of an 11 sub for a bit, if you were already subbed to 14. 11 with daily lockouts and awful design and performance. Yeah, I remember, like, there was, like, basically an experience cap per day. Ugh. Programming itself was really bad. The game had horrible performance. I think the performance is more tied to, like, trying to push, like, graphics, and, like, no one reeled them in. So, like, a pot in the environment has, like, as many polygons as, like, a player character. I mean, that was part of it. I've only ever played the DS remake of 4, 10, and 15. I've been watching your videos to feel the series out. I mean, like, play like 5, 6, etc. Like, they're all worth playing. They're great. There's another Mandragora. Come here, you little bastard. I don't think I've unlocked. No, I haven't yet. I'm more interested for you to talk about 15. It's my second favorite FF game. Again, it's going to be a while before I get there. Gonna be a long time before I get there. I'm gonna be talking about it as, like, in the state it launched in first. Cannot wait for 14, though the video is gonna be twice as long as the 11 one. I fucking hope not. Imagine making a full MMO with goddamn mobile game style energy mechanics. Oof. I'm not going for the chest because that just gives you a temporary item. Like, for as long as you're in the environment, it's not worth it. Wait for me, I have little legs. Oh. Weapon skill time. Boom, boom, boom! Yay! The redemption arc it's had is insane with how it's become. Like, some people would say tragic because it's become, like, more of a theme park, but again, that's like coming from someone who has not really played it seriously. So 2.0 saved it. I'm looking forward to the changes in the next expansion, adding a whole new combat system, making more focus on the job identity and pulling off positionals and parries. It looks awesome. Well, that sounds neat. 90% of the PS2 in Brazil was modded so we could play pirate games, so the online never came here. Yeah, because, like, a lot of people just wouldn't buy it because they would have to, like, authenticate it in some way with, like, a code or whatever. Like, that's the case for 11. You had to, like, had the product key. If you didn't have the product key, you couldn't actually register. You couldn't play it. Is the radio drama for FF10 considered canon? I mean, There's nobody saying it's not canon. How's Sabina doing today? She is sleeping on my bed right now, or at least resting on my bed right now. She's okay. I gave her eye drops before we started. You'll be able to switch between new and old systems for old jobs, but new ones will come with only the new system. I think I saw someone try to get something going with like private PS2 servers, but like there wasn't really much interest or traction. Probably just because like the state of like the PS2 version at the end and trying to, you know, like find a disk image that everyone could easily access. Like, it's a lot of setup. Oh yeah, sure. I'll start. I'll start Rhapsodies. Sure. Hey, it's Best Girl, according to some. I like her. I like Iroha. Other than the coolness factor, playing it on the PS2 makes no sense. Yeah, for 11, yeah. The event in 14 is coming back where you can get that armor set. Yeah, I saw that. Good shit. Let's see. Alright, so Windurst Woods. I'm in Windurst Woods at G10. If you want to be purist, then sure, at least for 99% PS2 games. For FF11, though, it's not even supported as the latest story expansion anyway. Yeah, like, there's no reason to play 11 on PS2, even if somehow everything was brought up to, like, current, which so much work would be involved to do that. When do you think we'll see KH4, in my expert opinion? We will see it when it is done. Like, I can't make it any simpler than that. It sounds flippant, and it is. But like, I got plenty of other shit on my plate. I'm not like fiendishly chomping at the bit like a lot of other fans are. I can wait, and I can wait patiently. Cannot wait to play 14 on your Switch too. Yeah, that's a thing now. Or at least it's about to be. Hold on. It's on top. Nope. Alright. Wide scan time. Oh, I just heard some thunder. That's right, it's gonna be storming, isn't it? Oh. Alright. Let's track Witata. We're going to get our trusts, and in Windurst, our first trust is Kupipi, who is a white mage. There she is. He, she. This one. Quickie wick word. Like to experimentaroo on you. 11 on PS2 opened up huge accessibility to people who couldn't play on PC. For a short while, it was incredible, but it absolutely got outpaced very, very quickly. Yeah, like it was only running at 30 FPS initially, and the performance just got worse over time, is how I understand it. Yeah, like it got Rhapsodies in 2015, but then the following year, those servers were shut down. Switch port of 14 supports mouse keyboard. Nice. No KH4 till they're done milking FF7 Remake trilogy. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. A lot of their problems a lot of people had problems with KH3, but I liked it. I had my problems with it in terms of, like, gameplay and structure and level design, but in terms of story, like, sure. Like, the pacing of stuff, whatever, but, like, I got what I wanted out of it. I had the feels. I cried. I was largely satisfied with it. That being said, like, I haven't gone back to play it nearly as often. I've only done 2 playthroughs of KH3, which is one more playthrough than I've ever done for, like, 358 Days Over 2 or Dream Drop Distance. Which, again, not saying much, because I only played Days when it came out, and Dream Drop Distance when I first got it, and for Christmas 2012, but I went back to Dream Drop Distance with the HD version, but I got, like, basically to the end on Proud Mode, and I was just like, no thank you, I'm done right now. I'd gladly play FF11 on PS2 if they had all the story content, but that's yet to be. If it had all the story content, like, it would probably, like, it would run so terribly, even worse than it already did. Good luck hitting, like, 15 FPS, I guess. Like, it would be so not great. Do I have Windower? No, I'm using Ashita. Like, I'm not doing add-ons, because I want to, like, play the game as close to how it was in the day as I can. So, like, yeah, I have it on 60 FPS. And, yeah, like, I do have this thing where it tells me how many tactical points that I have, like, right on my, like, status bar. But that was, like, baked in. I don't know what that is, and it's like, okay, whatever. Not a big deal. It's kind of funny how now you can play FF 1 through 10, then have 12 and now 14 on one console. 10-year-old me would have killed to play almost most of FF on a single console. But if you've got PC, you can play all of them. Nowadays, there are easy ways to play in modded PS2, so there are retro gaming community. There is a community playing there. Netflix made an app exclusive for Brazilians. I remember that. I remember seeing that Netflix disc for PS2 for Brazil, yeah. I just enjoy imagining the Tarus talking with extremely deep voices. Oh, like that Scrubs bit with the kid who has an unnaturally deep voice. My mama said you got lollipops. Give me some. It's like, damn, kid. That's deep. The only one so far with the opposite opinion when it comes to 7 Remake stuff. Yeah, I don't like the gameplay, I don't like the padding, I don't like the structure, but I'm intrigued by the story. Yeah, I'm aware I am the inverse of everyone else on that. I felt 3's level design was better than 2's. Oh, yeah. Remind Super Bosses are the best in the series. I played them once. Like, I started playing Remind on critical mode recently, but, like, I'm not maxed out. I'm only, like, level 44, because that's the level I beat crit at. And I don't intend to do the super bosses at that, because, like, I'm here to like kind of relive that particular chapter of the story. Dream Drop Distance is my least liked KH game. I was so mad I didn't even bother to do the one only super boss they had, even less than Coded. I mean, I'm pretty sure I beat Julius on 3DS, but I honestly can't remember. I haven't even played Coded. I didn't even own it until recently when I got it for B-roll for the end of the KH2 video. Goo pee pee. Gib trust. As someone who started with Recoded, I don't think it's that bad. That video is going to be interesting because there are going to be a lot of people saying like, what do you mean coded? I thought it was recoded. No, it was just coded. Then Recoded came out. Hopefully 8 is going to have the original Coded up and running, but I doubt it. Not to doubt their abilities, but just it's a tall order, and I don't think it's exactly their biggest priority at the moment. At least FF7 remakes tried to do something interesting with their remakes instead of trying to be 100% accurate and replace the original game like most modern remakes today. Yeah, I can respect them for that, but also there are a lot of people who don't understand that it's not like not a totally faithful remake, that it is like its own thing. But that's a whole other conversation. Why do you dislike stagger systems? Yeah, it's because I feel like it's less. They're designed to like reward you for optimal play, but to me it feels like they're more punishing you for not playing a specific way. So like instead of like, oh, the stagger gauge can still fill just slower if you're not being optimal. Now it's like, oh, well, if you aren't being optimal, then it's going to reset somehow or it's going to go back down. You have to play a specific way. And I don't like it. It feels very repetitive. Even more repetitive than how a lot of people feel about, like, classic JRPGs with random encounters. Stagger system is padding unless you play how the devs intended. That is one way to look at it, yeah. All right. Now we got to go out into Saruta Baruta to use this trust scroll. It's only repetitive if you're playing it as the dev intended. I mean, the thing is, like, the only way to actually, like, play it is with the stagger system, so it's like I have no choice, and I don't like it. I really, really don't. It's one of the reasons why I'm dreading the 13 video, because 13 is, like, the birth of the stagger system. Oh no, don't tell me. That is thunder. Mouth flapping reminds me of modern Pokemon games. I don't know if that's a good or bad feeling. I mean, it's whatever. I am so tired of, like, modern Pokemon discourse. I got disconnected. Interesting. Stance and stagger system feels much more like not liking elemental weakness systems in RPGs to me, because it's more rewarding to use the intended strategy than not in any RPG. I mean, even if you don't know the elemental weakness in, like, say, Final Fantasy VI, you can still, like, bludgeon it to death. You can still bludgeon an enemy to death. Usually. Alright, hold on. I gotta wait a couple more minutes to register that the character's logged out. 13 is basically a trilogy of games, so I don't think it would be enough to just talk about the first 13 games. No, like, I'm doing all 3, just, as their own videos. But also, like, that wasn't intended to be a trilogy. It just became a trilogy because they had seemingly because they had invested so much in the tools, and they needed a return. I think there's some truth to some of the FF10 rumors circling around. No. I have no reason to believe that there's anything happening. I've got DMs. Just gonna leave those there. Remake rumors. Yeah, no, I'll believe FF10 remake when I see it. Like, I think that if they announce a Final Fantasy X remake, there are going to be a lot of people who will be pissed that they didn't remake FF9 or announce an FF9 remake. That being said, FF10 is fine the way it is. Like, the HD version, the faces are fucked up. That's terrible. We don't need that to be addressed with a remake. Not that I'm saying that the remake would be made specifically because of that, but... Cannot stand Pokemon Discourse. Pokemon Discourse is one of the reasons why I decided not to do a Pokemon retrospective this year. I want to do a Pokemon retrospective series. I know how I would do it. And I've already recorded playthroughs of Green and Blue. But I do not want to deal with the fucking adult Pokemon fan discourse. No matter what you do, no matter what stance you take on whichever game, the discourse will find you. Yeah, Gen 1 wasn't that bad. You're going to get Gen 1 saying, see, this is so much better than whatever Game Freak's doing nowadays. And I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Like, can we not? Can we fucking not? If you don't enjoy the modern Pokemon games, stop fucking playing them. Go play something else. You can also just spam tier 3 spells in the remake series if you don't want to bother with stagger. Assuming that you've got tier 3 spells unlocked at that point, you have to work for them. You have to get the AP, which means you're going to grind, which means you still have to deal with the combat. So you're going to have to deal with the stagger system to some degree. Not as much as, as with bosses, but you're still going to have to deal with it. If it happens, I hope it's not like the remaster. If it's a full-on remake, I doubt it'd be like the remaster. I don't think I want to see FF10. We have enough remakes already. I'm tired of them. Yeah. Love to see a new fucking game. The HD version of FF10 is broken on my PC. The PC version of FF10, just in general, is so fucky. Yeah, the PS2 version of FF10 is absolutely the way to go. I'm actually looking forward to your Final Fantasy 11 video. I tried getting into it, but I always get lost in understanding the mechanics compared to 14. Yeah, Crimson, 11 is like a game you have to play with a guide or community support of some kind. You really have to. In my unfiltered, honest opinion, all good games in all generations and consoles and PC don't really need any remakes unless you're doing something interesting with it, but that's just me. No, I'm generally of the same opinion. I just think that, with video games, there is a particular idea that old games are harder to play, and therefore remakes would be required, quote-unquote, so to make them more accessible rather than just porting them. Which, I can understand that to a certain degree. Best wishes for Sabina. Thank you, Floof. Yeah, hopefully everything is going to work out for her. I'll bring her out a little later if she's awake. I'm the only one who finds 9 to be good, but not that good like everyone says it is. In a way, I feel like 9 is the same way you feel about Chrono Trigger. That's fair. See, you can, in fact, disagree with someone's opinion on art and media and be respectful about it. I love Final Fantasy IX. You enjoy it, but you're not in love with it. That's fine. We don't have to argue about that. Isn't that wonderful? Older games don't need remakes or remasters, they need ports. Yeah, ports more than anything. Like, ports are the easiest, they're the cheapest, and probably most likely you get the return on the investment. Pokemon has to be the most stagnant franchise. Don't know how people can put up with the low quality of modern releases. I don't want to get into Pokemon discourse right now, Rook. I really don't. I'm just gonna leave that where it is. I really don't want to get into it because it always devolves basically into a shit slinging competition in some way. All I'll say is that Scarlet and Violet were horribly unpolished. My experience with them was better than a lot of other people's. I enjoyed the structure and design. It felt like a breath of fresh air for the franchise. I thought it was interesting. Not perfect, but interesting. I thought the story was also a nice step up from Sword and Shield, which I wasn't so crazy about. That said, I think that people focus too much on the performance. Not to say that they shouldn't focus on it, that they shouldn't talk about it, because they absolutely should not have been released in that state. Absolutely not. But it seems like with Generation 10, they were given more time. Usually games came out every 3 years. The gap between Gens 9 and 10 is 5 years. They're getting that time. That said, I did not get the DLC for Scarlet and Violet, partially because I don't play my Switch. My Joy-Cons are have drifted so badly, and I do not want to pay $80 for new ones when there's nothing I really want to play on it. But again, like, people will always find something to complain about with modern Pokemon anymore. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Firm believer of PS2 12 without Zodiac job system is way better. No comments. I've not played 12 yet. I will be playing all 3 versions for that video, though. Didn't really engage with Stagger and Rebirth. If it happened, it was great. I just used skills I wanted to use. The only fight that roadblocked me was an optional Chadley Mind Flayer fight. I just skipped the Chadley stuff after I tried the first one. I'm just like, this is just busy work, and just fucked off. They messed up the Gen 4 remake so badly. That was not Game Freak, though. That was Ilka. That was a different company of Game Freak employees, but still. I didn't play the Gen 4 remakes because I already don't really like the Sinnoh games, so there wasn't really much for me there. And also money at the time. But also, like, yeah, like, they were too faithful with those from what I understand. But I also didn't like the Gen 3 remakes. I'm in that camp. I'd really like an FF8 remake similar to 7's. Has a lot of world building that hasn't been utilized and a lot of room for expansion in the story. I'm a huge FF8 fan, though. I respect 8 more than anything. I enjoy it well enough. I definitely think that 8 was more deserving of a remake for the sake of refining what was there and making it perhaps a bit more palatable to more people. But it wouldn't have gotten as much interest as a 7 remake. Square has had that in their back pocket for literally, like, years. Decades. I don't really like any of the PS1 FF games. Oh yeah, you've brought that up. You've brought that up in the Discord a few times. I like what they do with FF7 remakes since they're new games, new gameplay mechanics, etc. and story. It's a different take on the same story. Yeah, that's why I respect them at the very least. We must fight all the time. Digi, I swear to God. The only thing the PC version of FF10 has going for it is the modding scene, and even then, they can't get it to not fucking crash on my PC. On PC in general, because like on Steam Deck it seems fine. It seems fine. I haven't played it much on the Steam Deck, but it seems fine. I think there's beauty in that every FF is somebody's favorite. I haven't played all of them, just a couple, but I didn't love 8, but I can really appreciate a lot of it regardless. Yeah. Like, if you don't like one, then you can, like, you know, try another. I have a friend, she tried 13, and then she swore off the whole series when, like, it was just, like, being really funky and weird for her. And I told her, like, it's not representative of the whole series. Every game has its own thing. 13 in particular is kind of out there to a lot of fans. Like, try another one. And she kind of refuses. And it's just like, girl, you, there is one out there for you. I guarantee it. And then when you find one that clicks, you're gonna want to try another. Like, I had my friend Kira on the latest after show. She just finished Final Fantasy VI on stream. For the first time. It was the first Final Fantasy she finished. She played a lot of FF3 on the DS back in the day. And she really enjoyed it. And we kind of narrowed down which one she would, you know, try next. And she chose 5. So whenever that happens, I hope she ends up enjoying it. It only takes 1. And then you start diving in. Pokemon are just low-effort RPGs for little children. How anyone's still playing them to this day is baffling. There's so many better games to get into. Can we stop with the Pokemon discourse now, please? This is what I was trying to avoid. I donated $100 to UNICEF to help feed hungry kids. Good for you. Donating to UNICEF just because someone else who is more fortunate needs help getting surgery for their cat does not make you a good person. Donate because you feel is right, not out of spite, dude. Just can't get into other monster collectors. Yeah, like, Pokemon has a vice grip on people's childhoods. There is an attachment to the particular creatures. Other monster collectors just are not going to hit that for a lot of people. And that's fine. Like, you can give me something that is, like, mechanically way deeper, with a story that is, like, so resonant. But it's not going to have Venusaur in it. So it doesn't matter. Basically only break out the Switch for Fire Emblem and other series with really frustrating discourse. I have avoided Fire Emblem discourse, basically, because the only one I've actually finished is Three Houses, and I enjoyed it. I enjoyed Three Houses. Alright, let's go back. I believe people put in so much attention towards the lack of voice acting in Pokemon games than they should. Yeah, like, that's not that big a deal. One of the major reasons why PS2 sold so well is the fact it was the cheapest DVD player on the market. Yeah, that absolutely was. Like, indisputably. FF10 HD on the Steam Deck was perfect. Yeah, I mean, like, if it works. And from what I see, it did work. No, not Winter's Woods. Winter's Walls. I have a theory that struggling how to portray all of Squall's internal dialogue will be a big reason why they wouldn't do an 8 remake, more than concerns of interest. Maybe. 14 is my personal favorite, and I'm not even a fan of MMOs. Damn. High praise. Not an uncommon opinion, but high praise. I respect people not liking 13. but I think you'll really enjoy Vanille as a character when you get to that game. I am vaguely aware of what's going on with her and Fang. Yeah. My first finished FF game was Crisis Core for PSP. It was awesome that the gameplay wasn't that good. I'll get to Crisis Core. You know, we're already at 40k, so we're 80% of the way to doing the compilation of Final Fantasy VII. We'll get there. Started with Remake, never finished, but it did get me to watch the OG 7 and 10 stories and really love them. First FF, though, I finally kind of beat is 14. So yeah, 7 and 10 stories are good. Like, there are people who, like, push back on the idea that that those games are good, but, like, no, they are good stories. Wonderfully. Alright, hold on. Now I've got the Windurst trust permit. Yeah. So now I can get more trusts as I go. It's not even like I hate other Monster Collector series. They might be better games of Pokemon, but they didn't hold my interest for long. Fair. If anyone's interested in another Monster Collector, I backed this solo dev game called Monster Patch on Kickstarter, which is sort of like Stardew meets Pokemon. Has Game Boy Color type graphics. I mean, I'm just going to refer to what I said earlier. If it doesn't have my favorite Pokemon, then it doesn't really matter to me. Or a lot of other people, for that matter. Like, a lot of people just look at it, like, in terms of, like, mechanics and design, but for most people, the attachment to Pokemon is the Pokemon themselves. Any tips for clearing out a backlog or sticking with games to finish them, particularly with longer genres like RPGs? Just play them. I can't offer good advice. I'm just swamped with work. So like I don't really play that many games that aren't for work right now. I didn't grow up with Pokemon, so I don't have attachment to it. I'm more of a Megami Tensei Persona fan for Monster Collectors. Yeah, like, if you didn't grow up with it, it's not gonna stick. Like, you might be able to appreciate, like, some of the older games. Maybe. But that's it. But also, just because something is simple does not make it bad. The Advent Children. You had Advent Children 2. Plan to watch it again on my PS2 after some time. Oh, man, Advent Children. What a train wreck. In fact, I had zero childhood attachment to Kingdom Hearts, but yeah, it's one of my favorite RPGs of all time besides Kiseki, is telling how good Kingdom Hearts really is. It is good. Like, I have kind of a childhood attachment to Kingdom Hearts, but, like, later childhood, like, tween years. I was 12 when I started, so... Not too big on Persona, especially because of the fandom. Petty reasons to not be a fan of a series, I know. The Persona fandom is a little overzealous, especially for, like, God, like, Persona 4 discourse is awful. And I'm not looking forward to the Persona 4 remake reigniting Persona 4 discourse. Dear God. Alright, so now I've got Trust. Who will basically just heal. So now we just level grind and we move forward to Mara. To be honest, any media has awful fandoms and community if you're really looking for it. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much a lot of fandoms are awful. Or at the very least, like, they have, like, their really poor qualities. Like, for Kingdom Hearts fans, like, criticism of, fair criticism of the games within a certain context can kind of set people off. Like, in a Discord I'm in, I said offhand, there was a conversation going on that, like, back in the mid-2000s, like, after Kingdom Hearts 2 was out, but before, like, 358 Days Over 2 was out, you could have skipped Chain of Memories and been okay getting through Kingdom Hearts 2. You would have understood what was going on in Kingdom Hearts 2 without playing Chain of Memories, which is true. And that over time, Chain of Memories became more and more of a load-bearing game. And, like, someone, like, had a real conniption over it. And I had to clarify again and again, like, I'm not saying someone should skip Chain of Memories. I'm just saying, at the time, they could have. Like, Kingdom Hearts fans can be pretty overzealous, and it's kind of why, like, I'm more involved in the fandom now than I ever have been before. But even then, like, there's part of me that's like, I want to, like, kind of keep a little bit of distance because of how kind of just how overzealous some fans can be. Not too big on Persona because of the weird social links between adults and children. That's reasonable. Persona became enjoyable for me when I got off Twitter. Yeah. How you doing, Bubble Tea? Good to see you. Yeah, like, I played 3 Reload, and I didn't have to, like... I didn't feel compelled to, like, share about it on Twitter or anything, because that was 2024, yeah, so I would have still been on Twitter. Hope everything turns out okay. Gives me our regards. Thanks for stopping in, Brooke. Thank you so much. Most annoying discourse when it comes to the FF fandom is honestly regarding Dawn Trail and Wook Lamont. All I know about Wook Lamont is that she is a lion lady voiced by Senna Breyer. I will say no more. It's so funny that half the fandom just went mask off. Oh dear. I mean, like, over, like, the past few years, like, more, like, kind of right-wingy sort of people kind of, like, started moving into 14 spaces. And I think part of that was, like, Asmongold. But that's me talking out of my ass, really. Same thing happened for me with FF. I basically stopped following the series because I got so tired with the same discourses the fandom had. Now I'm mostly a 14 fan. Reasonable. Yeah, and, like, now that I'm, like, getting into, like, 21st century Final Fantasy, the comments on the videos are gonna start getting weird and a bit shitty. I mean, there were always shitty comments. Like, look at the comment section on the Final Fantasy V video, just because of how I talk about Ferris, but... And, like, some of the replies and comments on the 9 video, just because I dared to compare people's treatment of Vivi to a college friend of mine, her experience being someone of Middle Eastern descent in a post-9/11 world. Even though, yeah, obviously FF9 isn't talking about that specifically. But the experience still resonates, and then people had a conniption over it because they weren't listening to what I was actually saying, or they were being deliberately obtuse. And that's why I still haven't read all the comments on that video. Because I don't want to roll around in that. It would take a very big mainstream media with very loud and vocal fan base to even be a factor for me to get away from it, like Expedition 33 fans. Fair. I have Expedition 33, but I haven't even taken it out of the shrink wrap. For me, it's Star Wars. Dear God. People can't be normal about Star Wars anymore. I like Persona because of the demon-raising aspect and dungeon crawling. I do like the story and characters, but there are definitely parts that are odd for sure and can be problematic. Yeah. I like it because of the how the RPG dungeon crawling aspects feed in, and the life sim aspects feed into each other. And I do like the stories and characters. Do you have an FF game that I think is underrated? 11. Dawn Trail was trash. Cannot comment. Most knowing FF discourse was Aerith vs Tifa shipping. Yeah, I talked with Eyes on B about that a bit in her server. Like, she is so tired of that. Like, you can have your ship, it's fine. Just stop trying to make just stop trying to make it like other people's concern. That's all I ask. You can draw fan art of it. You can be proud of it. You can share it. You can talk about it. Getting into arguments over it is stupid. I think some of the weird stuff in Persona is because it's a Japanese game with a focus on Japanese culture, and some of those cultural blind spots can be problematic to the Western world. Yeah, absolutely. Assmongler and the COVID boom in new players was one of the worst things that happened to the game. One of the best and worst things. Best because it you know, brought in way more money. Worst because it brought in a lot of shitheads, from what I understand. Barrett was clearly best girl. Barrett was best girl. You gotta get the Barrett date. Imagine it'll get really rough with FF13. I mean, I've already started getting comments as, like, even on the 9 video saying, like, you can stop the series here. Nothing after this is worth it. I mean, I imagine with a 13 video, if I don't vibe with it, on the whole, if I don't like it on the whole, but I still, like, give it to the time of day, there will be people who'll be upset about it. I think people will watch it because there will be people who want to see me uplift it, and there will be people who want to see me tear it down. Just like with FF8, but we'll get there when we get there. Persona is only problematic when you treat fictional characters as real people to a fault, so it was never a problem for me. I can understand that. Like, I find that if you treat characters as real people to get invested in them, you then stories land harder. If you treat, but there is a line. If you start treating them as, like, you know, hey, you have a problem you need to work on, and, you know, don't realize that is the point, like, just in the abstract, not specifically with Persona, then your investment becomes almost poisonous to yourself. 13.2 is criminally underrated because it's 13 with most of its downsides fixed. I've heard that from a lot of people. I've heard a lot of people who did not like 13 really liked 13.2. Anyone that took issues with your anecdote was looking for a reason to argue in the first place. Yeah, probably. I mean, like, their comments were engagements, so they did, you know, boost the video in the algorithm, so joke's on them. There are multiple ways someone can read and resonate with media that might be different from one another. Yeah, and I think that's wonderful. I also think that we should be understanding and respectful of the different ways that we can read media. A lot of people don't have that. Someone who got into 11 last year. It's kind of crazy how underrated the story and characters are compared to the rest of FF. Prish and Shantoto are known, but that's kind of it. And people think that Shantoto is... Some people, like, look at Shantoto as like, oh, that's the main character of 11, right? Or one of the main characters. Like, no. No. And that's just because she's a rep in Dissidia. And I get that. I understand that. Considering, you know, all the other reps in Dissidia are, like, main characters. But, no. Yeah, please don't litigate Dawn Trail here, because I haven't played it. I don't have a horse in this race, and I kind of would like to talk with you guys while you're here. Yeah, power scalers too, just like don't get storytelling. That's one of the reasons why I only made the one Dragon Ball video. I had ideas for a couple more, but like, no, not anymore. Not with how. I mean, granted, like the comments on the Broly video weren't necessarily about power scaling. Most of them weren't. They're just like, man, Dragon Ball fans are a special kind. They're a special breed. Decent challenge. Oh, well, looks like I'm gonna be fighting him no matter what. He's dead. Oh, no, it's Dia. Kupipi, heal me. Wings of the Gods is one of the best FF stories, but it feels like no one has played it. Yeah. It's because no one's played it. On the JRPG culture discourse and how it catches players off guard, I find it funny because Western players have difficulty finding their own culture in RPGs or games in general. I mean, I think a lot of people just have trouble identifying what is or is not, like, a cultural thing. And have kind of trouble, you know, reading stories as, like, art. But I'm excited for your FF12 video. Big fan of your videos, and I hope your kitty's feeling better. Hopefully she will feel better. 12's not going to be for a while, though. 12's probably not going to be till 2028. People haven't really been normal about any of the post-10 games. This doesn't mean they don't have flaws or deserve criticism. People are so attached to the old games that they don't. Yeah. That's what I've observed, yeah, because, like, so like, a little bit of inside baseball. The Final Fantasy X video topped out at number 2 in my analytics in the rankings, behind 9. Which is fine. You know, it still did really well. But, like, it does kind of reflect that, like, there is less of an interest in, like, there's probably less of an interest in people, like, seriously considering anything after, like, 9 or 10 in that way. But, you know, we'll see when we get there. 10-2 is not going to do as well as 10. I know that for a fact. I know that for a goddamn fact. And I've long accepted that, and that is okay. That's one of the reasons why the 10-2 video is only going to be like 2.5 hours long. That and a lot of the groundwork is already laid by the 10 video. So there's not as much ground to cover. But we'll see what the future holds. It's why I do more than just Final Fantasy. That, you know, I'm already starting to, like, burn out a little bit on Final Fantasy, so, like, having a gap, a very long gap between 10-2 and 11 would be very good for me. I'm really looking forward to Evercold. I hope you are. I have no opinion. Let's get a survival guide here. The reason why I'm also not too keen on 9 are some of its fans. Sorry, but a lot of them can feel elitist. Yeah, some of them can, definitely. The pendulum really swung back on 9. Let's see here. Yaguro and bees. Sure. I'm interested to see what you have to say about 13, even though I really did not like how it spent so much time being a hallway simulator and then finally opens up. I quit at that point. Yeah, that's generally what I've heard. I played it for 2 non-consecutive hours on the Xbox 360 years ago. But that was, and I didn't really enjoy that, but I'm going to go in with an open mind when I get back to it. The pushback to games like Baldur's Gate 3 or E33 where there's a weird culture to not accepting them mechanically. Yeah, it is what it is. Treat the new ones fairly. It seems like they're always mad at what the games aren't, or are mad that they're not the old games, or treating them fairly on their own merits. Yeah, obviously. There was also ironic discourse with 16 with accusations of whitewashing a game whose entire thematic thesis statement is racism bad. I think that was on the basis of there being no, like, characters that weren't, like, you know, didn't read as white, but that's a whole thing, I guess. I don't want to get into that right now, because I only know, like, a little tiny bit about that, and even then, I know very little about 16. 13-2 has better gameplay, but the story is not big, not like for me. Big, not for you. Even if you don't end up liking my most favorite FF game of all time, 13, I wouldn't be mad at all, because at least you play them and give them an honest chance and try to find merits in it. Yeah, that's I try to do that with all of them. Like, if I end up not enjoying it, oh well. You know, I tried it. It's fine. More relevantly to the stream, how far into 11's expansions are you now? I'm still only on Rise of the Zillert. I did the main Zillert story. I just have to do the nation missions. And I want to do them with different jobs from Zillert. So I'm about to finish unlocking Summoner. I just have to go back to Lethine Plateau. And then I have to do Ninja. I'm going to do Sandoria as a Samurai, Windurst as a Summoner, and Bastook as a Ninja. Because I want footage of the jobs. I already unlocked Dragoon, and I have footage of me playing as a Dragoon in the main Zillert story. To be fair, I don't think 16's discourse was racism bad. To me, it was oppression. It's so deeply baked into society that many had accepted it and didn't even want to fight back, but freedom was worth it. I can see how on a surface level it could have looked like that, though. People say the same about Metaphor, but it's also deeper. I barely even touched the demo for Metaphor, just time. All the best. Hope you enjoy the rest of the expansions. Thanks, Vexen. Thanks for stopping in. Skydef coming in with the $10 reduce. Thank you so much. $15 might be a big one, especially with the entire backstory of Versus 13. Yeah, there's that. We'll see. Like, that's so far off that I'm just like, oh, I'm trying. It's gonna be a while before I get there. I'm not worried about it right now. 10-2 deserves love. I appreciate 10-2. I don't love everything it does. But, like, yeah, I think it's overhated. It's definitely a controversial game. I'm 10.2.5. I'm getting there. Once I'm done writing about International and Last Mission, I will read 10.2.5 and listen to Will. I'm not looking forward to them. I like most FF games, but even with those, I don't like 12 and 8. I can understand why people like them and won't judge you over it, because that's just too childish behavior even for me. Yeah, like, so someone doesn't like a game you like, big fucking deal. It's fine. You'll live. Sequel games not doing as good, and the gaming stockholder type of fans who obsess over sales numbers kind of give me the feeling that games can't have multi-part stories anymore. Every game has to be as entry point friendly as possible. Part of that, I think, has to do with, like, overinflated budgets. And how the industry is basically being strip mined by the investor class. Reminds me of how a lot of content creators have been using the sales figures of 16 and Rebirth that are not updated numbers versus Expedition 33 as a cudgel on the direction of the series. God, that's frustrating. That is really frustrating, because, like, Expedition 33 is nothing new in terms of, like, gameplay. It's not the gameplay that drew people to it, it was the story. There are a lot of people who played it and loved it, and then had the realization, wait a minute, I hate turn-based RPGs. They are not going to buy a turn-based Final Fantasy XVII just because it's turn-based. They bought Expedition 33 because of the hype of the story and the characters. they did not... They put up with the turn-based gameplay. Like, I have a friend who loved it to death. It's his favorite game of all time now. It beat out Nier Automata. And I told him, well, it was inspired by these 2 Final Fantasy games. And he's just like, nah, I don't want to. That's not an audience. That's not like a faithful audience. Like, and I mean that in the nicest way possible. That is an audience that was here for the one thing. And the one thing was not the thing everybody's grabbing onto. Or thinks they're grabbing onto. I've seen people legit wishing Yoshi P to be fired and never touch the series again just because they don't agree with his vision of the franchise. Oy. Armchair analysts, am I right? Hate when people boil down metaphor to shallow commentary on racism. I can't comment, thankfully. It's like they're acting like shareholders. It's kind of weird. Since when are we supposed to care about that? Or since when is sales figures a determination of quality? People only do that with Final Fantasy. People will do that with anything. If it helps support a point they want to get across. I bring up that kind of stuff, like, to show, you know, like, contextually, like, did this game do well? Like, according to the company, because that informs, like, the future of what they're that informs what they're going to do in the future. Misinformation over Nomura. God, fucking so many people have a hate boner for Nomura. And it's like, if you don't like his style, that's fine. Stop acting like he's some kind of evil mastermind. Like, I had comments on, like, the Chain of Memories video saying, like, oh, yeah, Nomura probably creamed his jeans when Square Enix was like, we're going to exploit popular franchises like Kingdom Hearts. Like, he's just a guy. Come on. I wonder if Sakaguchi decided that sequels were a good idea back in the day, which FF would he have made a sequel to? I don't know. 6 might be the best contender for that, because he was, because he's talked about how, like, 6 does have a special place for in his heart, relatively speaking, but that might just be, like, more recently for him. Looking at the after years for FF4, I don't really want sequels that weren't designed to games that weren't designed for it. I have not played the after years. I do not plan to. As a big 33 fan, I agree. If you're gesturing to it being turn-based as the real meat of its systems, you're leaving a lot of it on the table. I mean, no, the real meat of it that people gravitated towards was the story. Square said they were going to explore turn-based games because of E33. It's like a turn-based 17, but I'd like a turn-based 17, but we'll enjoy either way. I haven't heard anything like that, but, you know, we'll see. It's not like they haven't been putting out turn-based games. It's just that they aren't Final Fantasy. My friend criticized things about 33, and someone sent him an email with a bunch of review links with high scores. People care too much about numbers. Jesus Christ. Like, okay, the game got good reviews. That doesn't mean it's above criticism. Stop taking criticism as, like, a personal attack. Criticism of the thing you like as a personal attack. They choose the battle systems of FF games on a case-by-case basis. Yeah. More or less, yeah. Remember, Sakaguchi used to say 9 was his favorite, but now it seems like he says 6 is. When he was saying that 9 was his favorite, there was the Pro ZD video, which may have been a gag. At the time of 9 coming out, he said it was his favorite, but also that was at a point where, like, the most recent Final Fantasy he worked on would always be his favorite, so how true that is, you know, how legit that is, you know, you can debate till the cows come home. I don't know if I'd say 6 was his favorite at this point. It might still be 9. I think his favorite is either 14 or 16 now. I think he's brought that up, but either way. I don't know where it was said that they directly addressed 33 as the reason they made their games of any genre. Their development pipeline doesn't work that way. Nah. How do you feel about Yoshida's comments about the average age of FF fans being considerably higher, and so chasing nostalgia trends might be a losing strat? I think there's merit to that. Especially considering that there are larger gaps between Final Fantasy games now. And the obvious solution is just have more teams making more Final Fantasy, but Square Enix doesn't structure themselves like that. So. FF17, the extraction shooter. Dear God, no. I'm so sad that they made Marathon an extraction shooter. Because, like, Marathon's cool. I've been chipping away at it as of late, the original. I don't want to give the new one a shot because it's not... Because it's a fucking extraction shooter. I mean, I've heard that, like, Jason Jones did work on it. That the game feel is probably, like, as good as, like, Halo or Destiny. That's what Don McGowan said. But I don't know. I have friends who were interested, but I don't know. Even for, like, $40. I'm allowed to drill into games I don't like, but if you constructively critique a game I like, I will have a meltdown. Yeah, pretty much. People only care about numbers when it appeals to their narrative. The same people that are using numbers to prop up 33 say review scores don't matter when you bring up Rebirth. Sakiguchi's favorites are 5, 6, 9, and 14. Yeah, more or less, yeah. I love both Rebirth and E33. But it's weird that these content creators try to push them against each other. Their development teams literally met each other and exchanged ideas. Yeah, like, just why can't we just be like, holy shit, 2 cakes and leave it at that? I'd love Marathon with its art direction and story, but made in style of Destiny as an MMO. I just like Marathon, the original. I like the storytelling of the original's Marathons. It's just really cool, the storytelling and tone. As like a single player game. I wish Stranger of Paradise got more recognition celebration of FF rather than some weird FF1 prequel. I mean, it's both. It's both, and I think that's fine. I mean, like, as an FF1 prequel, I do think it is interesting, so I'm not upset about that. Yeah, let's get to the Crag. Creates a divide of several different fans to appease with their own gameplay preferences. If the games are able to come out faster or do more spin-offs, then problem solved. Yeah, but, you know, development timelines just don't work that way. At least not today. Extraction shooters are my most hated video game genre because, besides roguelike, like, man, my hate for them is unimaginable. I don't hate them, I just don't enjoy them. I've only played like 2. One was like a sub mode in Warzone, which was fine, I guess. And a friend of mine gifted me Active Matter because, like, she had codes and she wanted people to play with, and the feel of Active Matter was so damn stiff. It was so stiff, and I don't like the idea of, like, there not being much of anything. There's hardly a goal. And I don't like being forced into, like, a PvE environment. Like, Active Matter, like, you can, like, just do PvE if you want. But I think at some point you have to do PvP. I don't know. I just let her handle that whole lobby. Roguelikes are potentially cool. Hades was great, and I remember playing a lot of weird little indie roguelikes called Ivan back in high school. I have Hades. I played it once on my Steam Deck. like for like a couple hours, and I enjoyed what I played. I want to get back to it. I just don't have the time. Maybe like for like streams or whatever. Because I did like it. I wasn't playing it as like a rogue, like I was playing it as more of an action RPG. Seems like many people are just conditioned to argue these days. Yeah. Especially like people who make like YouTube videos and stuff. Because like that's what gets clicks. That's what generates their revenue. Stranger of Paradise is gas as hell. That game's so cool. I've only played so much of it. But like, yeah, I think it's fun. The thing is though, is that like, I don't really like Neo. I don't really like those kinds of games. So I play it on story mode just so I don't have to worry too much about it and not get overwhelmed. But then it's not really that stimulating. So it's like, okay, there's no healthy middle ground for me here. So I fall off it easy. Just want to say I really enjoyed your FF5 video a lot. The writing flowed really great. Thank you, Crisp. Thank you so much. I do my best. FF5, I think, is where I started to really lock in what my style was. I remember that time when Stellar Blade, or rather Culture Warriors and Naughty Dog, mostly Last of Us fans, were in countless beefs with each other while the developers are friends. The developers are usually always friends, and that's really cool. The fans suck, always. Jack is the coolest coolest Final Fantasy protagonist of all time. No one can change that fact for me. Maybe Noctis, but versus Noctis is not real, so not number one. I mean, we don't know anything about versus Noctis, really, so. Hades is cool. Returnal is also a pretty great roguelike. Saros dropped is continuing what Returnal started and improving on it. If only I wasn't broke right now. Oh, is that what it looked vaguely Returnal-y, I guess, but I admittedly haven't really seen much of Returnal, so. I only just learned about Saros, and it's just like, okay, it's a video game. And I just kind of left it at that. I went into Strangers of Paradise with zero context, expecting to be unimpressed since it's a spinoff. I literally applauded when credits rolled. It added a lot to FF1. I mean, the first thing I did when it came out, long before I got it, I looked up the ending online, and that ending was like so heartfelt that I was like, okay, this game actually has like some real genuine heart to it. I have to check this out someday. Then I learned that like the DLC has some really cool stuff in it, but you have to play it on like the hardest difficulty, and I was just like, god damn it, I guess I'm not going to be able to play the DLC ever. If they make sequel for Stranger Paradise, I would 100% at day one. I would get 100% at day one. I mean, have to ask Team Ninja. I don't think it would have like the same impact if they did like an FF2 version. Because, like, part of the Stranger of Paradise appeal to fans, at least, is that it is a celebration of the whole series. And if you keep doing that, then it loses its luster. Really enjoyed what I played of Stranger of Paradise, but I stopped because I got trapped in dungeon and had no idea where to continue. I do need to get back to it eventually, though. I found the level design to be pretty straightforward. I didn't have any problems navigating it or anything. SOP memes are funny as fuck. They are bullshit. I'm here to kill chaos. Come on. Come on. Bam. Jack says bullshit, then turn the damn fucking music. Turn on Limp Bizkit. Or the edits where he just plays, like, the fucking fart reverb. Classic. Love to know the development process of Stranger of Paradise. And probably, we'll probably know more about it over time, but who knows. Wasn't there a diegetic music drop in Stranger of Paradise with Jack putting his earphones in? Something like that. Peak comedy when someone suggested chaos was a metaphor and not a literal person, and Jack put in headphones and walked away. They knew exactly what they were doing with Stranger of Paradise. Alright, let's get to the crag. We're almost at the crag. I'm just a sucker for FF2. A low-budget reimagining from Teen Ninja would be interesting. A good way to push into lower-budget games. We need more lower-budget games. Or at least, you know, games with fucking personality. Games that actually, you know, stand out and aren't just like a carbon copy of everything else on the market. That aren't just like a hero shooter or an extraction shooter. Or a dad game. Tried to get an ex-friend to play Stranger Paradise because he's a FromSoft fan. I thought he'd enjoy it. He had a meltdown and said, I'm not playing that FF anime shit. It's so weird and shitty. That is weird and shitty. Jack is my main reason why Garland became one of my favorite FF villains. I don't know. I look at him as like a different entity, personally. Type 0 was also incredibly well done. It could have been a mainline entry if it wasn't on PSP. I guess. I briefly played Type 0 HD years ago. But, like, only like 45 minutes of it. They should have had Tabata work on that after 15. I mean, Tabata was doing, like, DLC for 15 for a while. And then, like, they stopped doing the DLC because Tabata left Square Enix, so... Yeah, we all know how that ended up. Yay, level 13. Type 0 is actually way better on PSP than the HD version because the original version doesn't have the jarring high-quality models for the main cast compared to the rest of the characters. I mean, there was, like, a fan translation for the PSP version, but that, like, got taken down or stopped or something when Type 0 HD got announced, right? I vaguely recall hearing something about that. Like, the people who made it and distributed it willingly took it down after HD was announced. Think it'll surprise you if you ever feel compelled to try it again. I watched Brando XP's video on it a while back, and I thought it was interesting, but, you know, we'll see. We'll see. It's fully translated, don't worry. Interesting, okay. Find funny that they reused a lot of the hairstyles from Type 0 in 14. Really? Level 13 already. It's pretty good for a few hours of gameplay. What level to finish first expansion? To finish the base game, like 55, 60 at this point. Then the first expansion, like 70, then the first expansion, like 65, 70. Around something like that. I've always thought a Valkyria Chronicles style game with FF monsters would fit Yoshi P's vibe. I wouldn't know. I haven't played Valkyria Chronicles. Pretty sure Tabata was already so burnt out after 15 that he probably just wanted to move on altogether from the franchise. Probably, yeah. I don't blame him. Still have the game. I'm compelled to re-download and play it again. I had like 2 to 4 hours on it and spent like 100 or so hours on Episode to Sky. I'm kind of upset that they took down like Episode to Sky or they took down the Platinum demo. Episode to Sky came with Type 0 HD. I'm kind of upset they took down the Platinum demo. You can't download it anymore if you didn't download it in the past. I did get the license for both on my Xbox One. The Blue Princess, thank you for the $10 super chat. Hope this helps. I finished Crisis Core remake and noticed that Zack's life is defined by failure. It's only when he gave his life for Cloud that he became a real hero. What do you think? I have not played Crisis Core. So I cannot comment. I'm sorry I can't really say much else other than that. I like Zack based on what I've seen in... Oh, no, you're good. Like, I know what happens at the end of Crisis Core. I know, like, some of what happens in it. I know, like, Angeal and Genesis are characters, and one of them is gacked. So you have nothing to apologize for. I'll get to Crisis Core when I do the compilation video. You know, that's still the 50k sub goal, but, you know, in time. Shoulder tackle. Getting shoulder tackled by a fucking toddler. Man check. Thought based on your comments on the FF7 compilation you had played all the games in it. No, I haven't played any of the games in it. I've only watched Advent Children. I know some of the compilation stuff outside of that just through osmosis. So, like... Yeah. The only stuff I don't really know about is, like, Before Crisis, for obvious reasons, but I got the fan remake for that, like, downloaded. So, when the time comes... I'll probably end up streaming Crisis Core and Surge of Derberus when the time comes for those. Have movie nights for Advent Children in the Patron Discord. Because I'm gonna have to watch fucking Advent Children so many times across both cuts. I'm gonna say it right now. The original cut is better than the complete cut by a country mile. It's still not good, but it's a lot better. Tabata want to finish 15 probably with the rest of the episodes in Future of Dawn story. Square Enix were dicks for canceling all his plans and making him quit that way earlier than he wanted to. Was it that they canceled his plans, or he was fed up and left and so they canceled it in response? Went as far as to probably wanted to leave the company because the CEO at the time would not let him complete the game or develop the game in a way that he wanted or needed. Oh, damn. Well, I'll see when I get there, I guess. I'll be playing 15 again since I never experienced any DLCs. Just so you know, if you intend to play it without even its day one patch, there's a late game dungeon your game will freeze in. I mean, I have to play it without the day one patch because unfortunately on console, you can't choose which patch to actually like download or roll back to. You get all or none, so. Let's say that I had a better time with the Spirits Within than I had with Advent Children. To me, that's kind of like, which would you prefer? Getting kicked in the balls or punched in the nose? Tabata deserves better than what Square Enix gave him. Yeah. Yeah, just from what I know, I agree. You don't want to play Launch 15, though. I'm going to stop you right there. I will play Launch 15 because that is how the game launched. If I'm going to talk about these games within the context of their time, that's how I got to play it at first. Then patch it and play the game as it is now with all the DLC. That's been my MO since the start on this. I'm not budging. Main problem with Advent Children, where they never explain any changes. I expect you to read their books first. You don't have to. You really don't. But Complete overcorrected and just spelled a lot of things out. Or backpedaled on stuff and added scenes that dragged down the pacing that weren't necessary, and ugh. Spirits Within isn't even an FF movie. It's as much a Final Fantasy movie as any Final Fantasy after Final Fantasy 1 is a Final Fantasy. It's its own story, it's its own world. Saying that it's not a Final Fantasy, you got the same reason there as like anyone who doesn't like any game after like 9 or 10. That's not to say that it's good. Just say that, like, you know, there's no real good, consistent argument for saying it's not a Final Fantasy. Love 15. It's still my favorite FF game, but I'm kind of glad they canceled the second DLC wave because I don't think it was going in a good story direction, especially with episode Arden. No comments. I haven't played it. I thought Advent Children's extended release was at least pretty well done. The extra 45 minutes did a lot for it. Those 45 minutes' biggest contribution was making the whole movie just drag and talk down to the audience. Because, like, not to say that the original cut was good, but it moved at a good clip. I like Advent Children, but I'm a Nomura fangirl, so I enjoy it mostly for his direction, style, and storytelling. I can throw it on for a lark. I don't hate it. I just don't think it's good. Remember not liking Advent Children much other than fights and the hype moments in Aura. Then I saw it in the theaters with Rebirth re-released and actually thought it was pretty good. I mean, if you like it, that's fine. I'm not going to say you're wrong. You know, you're allowed to like it. If you enjoy it, you enjoy it. So enjoy it. Don't let my opinion dissuade you from enjoying it. Still pissed we're never going to see the complete version of 15 now that Tabata's gone for good. I won't forgive Square Enix for that. I've heard mixed things about like what was in that short story collection that would have tied things up. I've heard some people say it's good, others say it's not good. So, and again, I haven't played 15, so I can't really comment. I can see the film has many problems. On a second watch, I felt like I was able to understand and appreciate what they were trying to do with it much more. For me, like, the whole, like, conceit for why they made the movie was they wanted to have Cloud and Sephiroth fight again. And that, on its face, is kind of disqualifying for me, because it's like, okay, you really just want to retread old ground. Like, Cloud has already gotten over this. There's no reason for this. And they made a whole movie specifically for a rematch that was unnecessary. Thematically. So. Best part of Advent Children was the obvious cell phone sponsor shilling. Yeah. Oh, man. Those phones are cool. Those phones are really cool. I want to see if I can, like, get a hold of one for the compilation video if the budget can stretch for it. Because, you know, by that point, I would hopefully be moved and on my own. So we'll see how far the budget can stretch for things like that. Research is going to be tough. I mean, this is why I'm trying to, like, push the Patreon more. So that way, you know, I'm more secure. Or more consistently secure. I mean, I added new tiers for that reason. Ooh, okay. Might be a little under leveled here. Can't help but be reminded of the spirits within when playing Death Stranding. I haven't played Death Stranding. I got it with, I think, my 2070 Super before I traded that up, and I have it on in my Steam library, but I haven't played it. Advent Children goes against the entire ending of FF7. I've never, kinda, yeah. At least thematically, it's redundant. Are 11 14 going to be part of your retrospectives? Yes. Yes, they are. I've been playing 11 on and off for 2 years to prepare. Spirits Within was the death knell for Squaresoft. Yeah. Yeah, it was. It was what put... I mean, like, it was the culmination of them expanding way too far, way too fast after Final Fantasy VII. I also love Advent Children because it's super early 2000s emo. Yeah, that's fair. Aesthetically, I get it. And I was the right age for that, even though I saw it in the late 2000s. But yeah, like, I mean, they even had Gerard Way do, like, the credits song in Japan. You definitely see that argument. Yes, you are correct that it was just made to cash in on 7. That said, I felt like the idea Cloud was still reeling from what happened made sense. In real life, you don't just get over trauma once and have it never haunt you again. The problem was it didn't feel fully fleshed out, felt resolved last minute, and wasn't executed the best in the movie. And then the complete cut is like, oh yeah, you're emo right now. You're emo again right now, not because of unresolved trauma, but because of geostigma. All right, we're probably gonna die. Which, like, that's such a cop out. Like, they had Cloud regress because that's how most people remembered him. They didn't do it for any, like, thematic reason or anything. Is this the 360 version? No, 360 version's been down for 10 years. This is PC. I think that the events of Advent Children are actually a cause of what's now happening in the remake trilogy. Maybe, but, like, that's plot. Who cares? I want themes, I want stories and characters, not just plot. Not just plot. They already did that with Dirge of Cerberus, the NTR story for the storyline for Vincent Valentine. They already did what for Vincent with Dirge of Cerberus? I know they did stuff. I know that was his game, but yeah, it's in early 20. Yeah, I mean, we'll die. We'll get sent back. We have, like, tabs too. Do stuff. I mean, I need new gear anyway, so... So I can get stuff with sparks. Really enjoy my time playing this one. Come back every now and then, but never stay more than a day. I enjoy it. 11's fun. You notice that in a lot of Nomura-led FF7 projects, he puts a lot of emphasis on the dynamic between Cloud and Sephiroth, such as with the I will never be a memory idea, or Sephiroth being a literal manifestation of Cloud's darkness. Do you think there's any reason Nomura focuses on this element specifically? Why Nomura focuses on it? I don't know. I mean, he didn't really say anything about Dirge Cerberus, so you're good. But, I mean, like, it's an angle that I can get down with. Between, like, Cloud and Sephiroth. That's fine. But we've seen it time and time and time again. Shit. Where is... Alright, woods. That's where I need to go. First, let's set this as my home point. Okay. Well, the excess funds for Samina post-recovery go to food for her and stuff. After she's recovered, probably helping to get us moved. Let's... We got some vouchers. I'm level 13, so... Some brass knuckles. Oh. Two cornets like I'm a fucking bard. Jesus. Gotta sell some of this. Hold on. Oh, you know what? Some linens. Some linens are nice. The nearest vendor. That's the auction house. That doesn't count. Personally think it isn't Sephiroth at all. It's Jenova wearing Sephiroth's mask to haunt Cloud. He keeps coming back because Cloud's will has one. But Jenova will always be in him. I think it is. I think it is just Sephiroth. Because it's not Genova that is actually, like, haunting Cloud psychologically. It is Sephiroth. It's the image of Sephiroth. It's the idea of Sephiroth. It just makes more sense that way, as a, like, storytelling-wise. Hey, I just want to sell shit. Let me sell shit. Oh. Damn it. Alright. That's not happening then. Hold on. Catch up again. Cat girls keep popping up. I thought this was 11 and not 14. Where do you think 14 got him? I imagine a lot of it has to do with the themes Nomura is interested in, memory, relationships, connection, and Sephiroth almost literally being Cloud's trauma and insecurity. Yeah. That all tracks. You think Nomura is just gravitated towards protagonist and antagonist dynamics, like with Sora and Zane or KH, or is the Cloud Sephiroth angle more along the lines of an unconscious or unconcise focus? I'm not sure. I'm not in the dude's head, and I am not super familiar with stuff past like vanilla FF7, so I can only speak so much to that. Yeah, I think it's been, like, stated by, like, Katase that, like, Genova's will has been overtaken by Sephiroth's, like, since base FF7. Genova is absolutely more of a plot point than a character. Anyone else play Fusion Fall? I could not play Fusion Fall when it was around. My PC was too shitty. The family PC was too shitty for it. I couldn't even play Halo on PC. Favorite FF villain? Probably Kuja. So far. He's so cunty. FF11 invented cat girls, 12 invented rabbit girls, and 13 Lightning Returns invented bird girls. Oh god. The Aura are the one option in 14 that is unique to 14 and originated in 14. They're the spiky ones, right? Kefka's pretty great for me. I like what Kefka represents more than anything. He's not a very interesting character. A lot of people just point to, oh, but he actually won. Okay, and... Oh, okay. I have a whole stack of earth crystals, that's why. FF14 invented dragon girls then. Yeah, I guess. And Final Fantasy 15 invented men. Man, I can't believe that what didn't exist until Final Fantasy 15 came out. That's weird. That's so funky. 15 invented dude bros. 15 invented boy bands. Emo boy bands. I like Kefka because he's like the Joker, but more cunty and less oversaturated. I mean, I guess, but that's like a wider popular culture thing, because like in like Final Fantasy circles, like yeah, Kefka is saturated. Like he's coming back like as like a new like super boss in the next like 14 patch or something, isn't he? Like I already know there was like a fight with him earlier in another expansion, but now they're like souping him up or whatever. Hey, it's the airship that I can't ride yet because I'm poor. I'm a poor widow boy. New Ultimate, yeah. Mark Hamill's Joker is so good, though. It is. He is. He is really good. I love him in Return of the Joker, and which is a shame because I heard somewhere that like Hamill did not like playing him in Return of the Joker. He liked being like really loud and boisterous, and in Return of the Joker, he was like really raspy and quiet and conniving, very unlike him, like super. I like it. It's just such a great angle for the character at that point. 14 seems to love Kefka from what I've seen. I mean, I guess. Like, it's not like he's the only old FF villain to get rep as, like, a boss, a raid boss in 14. Like, you can fight X-Death in the Cloud of Darkness, too, from what I've seen. So hard to pick a favorite villain, but from the ones you've played and I've played, I'd gravitate towards Sephiroth, but one I wish was more fleshed out would be Ultimecia. I don't really care for Ultimecia, yeah. Sephiroth I like. I do agree that he is like he is way overexposed though. For sure. For sure. All right. Gib gear. Gib gear. Gib gear. Stables. Alright, let's go to the Mog House and just deposit the other clothes. Ultimate, which are about refurbishing previous impactful bosses. Okay. That reminds me of the early 2010s era of top 10 YouTubers who all really like 6 but were really insecure about 7 being more popular than 6. That's still a thing. That is still kind of a thing, though. Like, there are still people who will pit Kefka and Sephiroth against each other, and it's just like, okay, to an extent I can see it. There are similarities, but like, just accept it. Final Fantasy VII's more popular. It's fine. Hello. I know about my Mog House. I don't need to know about my Mog House. I know about my Mog House. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Damn it. I got it, Kupo. I'm sure. I don't need a cutscene right now. I don't need a cutscene. Just let me use my goddamn Mog House. I always liked Ultimisia since she was only trying to not die, but she'd have been fine if she just did nothing. Emmett Selk is probably the best villain in the series. I know people like Emmett Selk. I don't know why, though. I'll get there. 14 in general loves every FF game. Yeah, 14 is a theme park for a reason. Tabata from 15 loved FF6 and put a lot of references to it in 15. Oh, I'll see when I get there. I'm not getting you any of that, Moogle. I don't care. I really liked Seymour in 10. I didn't. Like, he's fine, I guess, but like not very interesting. Feel like 10 is really strong if you don't treat Seymour as the only iteration of its villain. Sin, Jecht, and Yevon as an ideology are all the villains of 10. Yeah, I agree. To an extent, like, yeah, to an extent. My favorite villain is Arden from 15. Won't say any more than that, but he's stuck with me a lot. I know, like, the broadest of strokes about Arden, but you know, I'll see that in context when I get to it. X-Death is better than both of them. X-Death is just a giant ham. He's a ham and cheese sandwich brought to life. Complimentary. With 6 and 7, it's like, oh shit, 2 cakes. Yeah, pretty much. Obligatory Emmett Selk glazing. He is really good, though. I'm sure he is. I'm sure he is. Only played this briefly before. This explanation shows up every time you enter, right? I mean, no, this... I know. Not every time. Because this is not my first character. Let's go to Kolshushu. Just... Oh, I don't have any... I don't have enough tabs. Damn. Oh, fuck. Alright, we're gonna have to walk again. I don't want to walk, but we gotta. In Dragon Quest 1, your stats are based on your character's name. Yep. It's traditional ham and cheese or a fancy ham and cheese. I don't know. They're both shit to me. We're going to be walking for a while. Reminds me, I was really interested in the connections made between Seymour and the Buddha, with him being a corruption of his beliefs. I mean, like, that... Don't give me all the credit for that. I kind of, like, started drawing lines because of the Gaming Muses video on Yevon and Buddhism. Which, unfortunately, I didn't actually get to finish their video. And part of that was because of timing, but also because I didn't want to crib all of their notes. I wanted to, like, take what they were presenting as far as, like, some of the stuff with Buddhism and Yevon, and then, like, draw my own connections. I did, like, check the comments on their video, a little bit after mine went up, and I did see, like, 1 or 2 people saying, like, that I brought them there, which was nice. So I hope that, like, more people actually did go to check out that video after watching mine. Personally, I always saw Seymour's desire to save Spira as self-justifying bullshit. In reality, he simply wanted to destroy it out of hatred for rejecting him and his mother. I mean, that's there. That is something that, you know, you can read into it. I don't think that's a bad interpretation. Good, I'm glad you watched it. It was a good video from what I was able to watch. I appreciate they kept this game up and running despite the absolute juggernaut of 14. I guess they can't take it down since it's technically mainline, but it's neat. I mean, like, 14 is subsidized, was subsidizing 11 to some degree. The Evan Buddhism video is really as good, and folks should take me up on watching it. Yeah, should definitely do it. Because like that, that section of my video could have gone on longer, but I didn't want to step on Gaming News's toes, because it's like you've already done the work here, way more work than I have, and I don't want to just like say everything you're saying. I want to point people towards you. Would it be improper of me to like check my DMs while like making my way to like Saruta, the next area of Saruta Baruta? I wish they merged the subs for both 14 and 11. Yeah, it's you're not the first person to have brought that up today. A lot of people would like that. Okay. No important DMs. Good luck and take care. Thank you, Brandon Flick. Thank you so much. It's right. We're still trying to get her scheduled. We didn't get a call back from the vet who would be doing the surgery yesterday. So we were trying for Monday. It's probably, we might be able to get in Monday, but you know, we'll see. We want to get it done like this coming week. As long as their identity doesn't show up on stream. No, I just checked. Like I capture the window. I capture the window. I don't capture like my whole screen or anything. There was recent FF11 themed content in 14 that seemed heavily aimed at promoting 11. Yeah, I'm very aware. They've been doing like a series of raids, and it's pushed a lot of people towards 11. So much so they've had to close down 3 servers, including the one I normally play on. Still got a ways to go. Remember in your Doctor Who video you said you didn't like the ending to Ten's regeneration story because you felt the story undermined his message by having Ten fail to accept his end. I also felt that moment made the story more interesting, that in the end, despite everything the hero goes through, he can't accept the moral of the story. I feel like it does a really good job of highlighting Ten's flaws up until the very end and why things have to change even if he doesn't want to. Yeah, and then the show does absolutely nothing with that. I don't like 10. I still don't like 10. 14 I like, because it's 10 with that ego and bluster stripped way the hell down. I know every Doctor has ego. But, like, man, 10 could never... 10 just... It felt like he could never be humble. Like, everything he did was seemingly for the sake of his own vanity, which even 6 wasn't like that. I heard this game still gets updated, but the terms I've seen mentioned in regards to that is mostly in-game lingo, so it's hard to understand. How big are these updates? Dungeons or so? It's like new endgame stuff, like harder difficulties of endgame stuff, balance tweaks, login campaigns. Like a few years ago, they finished up like a big storyline that was being released piecemeal over the course of like a couple years. Like they'll add like a new quest here and there from what I understand, but like hardly anything major. But with the renewed interest in the game, they're looking at doing some bigger stuff relatively soon. Yeah, 14 was tenant again. I haven't watched much of Shooty's era. I've liked him so far, I just haven't had the time. I was ultimately disappointed with Doctor Who for failing to bring the Valeyard back properly for Capaldi. I mean, to be fair, the exact wording was the Valeyard was the manifestation of the Doctor's like darkest tendencies between his 12th and final incarnations. Plus, if you want more Valeyard, there's Big Finish. They've already done a lot of stuff. They've done a decent amount of stuff with the Valeyard. Even showed like his true origins, like kind of extrapolating on that. The Valeyard died in the Time War, from what I understand. I haven't listened to that 8th Doctor box set. I haven't even finished Time War 2. So if you want more Valeyard, there you go. Big Finish. Thought I'd talk about FFs there for a second. Nah. 11 and 14 both look like they have a lot of love put into them, but I'm not an MMO guy and don't really have the time to get lost in them, so streams like this are a cool way to experience them for me. Streams, yeah, that's... experience is a word. Because, like... because of, like, how time-consuming they can be, like, streams can be, like, kind of meandering almost. Because I haven't done much. I haven't done much today. I just made the character, and started setting myself up to level up, and that's kind of it. Cool peepee? Come. My favorite Doctor is 11, the kindest but also most alien. Feels very much like a return to the classic era, while also continuing the ideas of the modern era, almost like is facing the consequences of 9 and 10. I like 11. I like how he's at the end of his regeneration cycle and is basically the inverse of 1. My favorite's 8, followed by 7, and then probably 12. It's like OnlyFans, but for video games. I don't know about... Where is it, baby? Come here, baby. Come here. Come here. Come here, baby. Oh. What you doing? What you doing, baby? Come here. Oh, come here. I'm not giving you your drops. It's okay. Hey, baby. Oh. It's okay, baby. There you go. Get on the desk. Hey. What you doing? What you doing, little girl? You okay? You just want love? Here. Oh. Here, baby. Here, baby. Here, baby. Oh, she's going behind the monitors. She's literally behind the camera right now. Kefka and Sephiroth are the only really strong villains in the series. Depends on what you mean by strong. Ran around, died to a bird, sold some stuff, running around again. More or less. Are you working towards missions right now or just grinding? Are you able to showcase missions yet? I can. I can probably do, like, the rank 1 missions. Or at least, like, 1 or 2 of them. Actually, no, I need, like, Silent Oil. Or, like, you know, Sneak to actually, like, finish the rank 1. To finish 1-3. Fuck. I didn't think about that. Come here, baby. Come here. Come here. She's purring. I can hear him. I can hear her through my headphones. Come here, baby. You okay? Come here. Come here, baby. You okay? Come here. Come here, baby. I want to play 14 again someday just so I can live out the trans girl fantasy of being a sexy emo lady with a big scythe. Big scythe is not... Big scythe is... Scythe is not the word I would have expected after hearing the word big there. But whole other discussion. Disappointment came more from just how heavily they kept foreshadowing him through 9, 10, 11, and 12's runs. Were they, though? Were they? Gotta ship off for the evening. Hopes Mina's okay. Thank you for stopping in, Griff. She's okay right now. She's just a little salty about being pulled up on the desk, but she doesn't want to drop down. I feel like that was less foreshadowing to the Valiard specifically and more just writers wanting to explore the Doctor's darker aspects. Yeah. Absolutely. It's like with Doctor Who, it's like just because there is stuff that you can build off of from the show's past doesn't mean the show will do that. Because you have to, because like, especially with like 9 and 10, you know, the Russell T Davies era, he knew that like leaning hard on like the show's past and continuity was going to alienate or confuse new viewers, and the show needed new viewers at that point. So had to bring in the new people and keep them on board and reintroduce stuff gradually. The Valiard probably would have been just too deep a cut. Favorite Final Fantasy summon? I don't know. That's something I haven't really given much thought to, honestly. I don't know, probably Alexander. Just because of Final Fantasy IX. Imagine my disappointment when I learned that you actually could not summon it, like, in-game. It was just a cutscene. Are the Doctors the same person but reincarnated? It is the same person, but when they are at the brink of death, all the cells in their body, like, regenerate themselves. So it's the same person. It's the same person, just like the dials on their personality switched around a little. So some traits become more pronounced in certain incarnations than others. Scythe class is Reaper. Yeah. I'm aware of that. Not in FF11. In FF11, Scythe class is Dark Knight. Or no. Well, I mean, technically, yes. Scythe class is more Dark Knight and Black Mage. In FF11. Actually, no. Dark Knight is slightly better with the Scythe, yeah. And Black Mages can use, like, staves or scythes. In response to Were They, though, they did name drop him multiple times saying he's coming when exploring those darker aspects. Like, he does not mean the Valiard. Minus 15 Bahamut, 13 Alexander, 8 Diablo, and 13 Shiva. Oh, you're getting granular. Shit. Isn't 14 adding 2 new to FF jobs with Evercold? I don't know. 2 new jobs are also going to be original 14. Man, talk about new jobs. I don't know what's going on. Evercold's like the 6th expansion. Like, you're too far ahead of me. It's hard to pick a favorite summon, but I really do have to give it to Alexander. Yeah, it's not something I focus too much on, because, like, I don't really play summoners. I don't really like to use summoners much, just because, like, I don't know. Like, it's just, kind of flashy. It's a bit excessive, I guess, for me to use summoners in a lot of the games. A Tourmaline ring. Agility. Ooh, agility. Just have to check that I didn't unlock anything else by without realizing it. Wonder what the reception will be, but I'm assuming a lot of 14 players having played other FF games, it won't matter as much. Yeah, like I talk about this. I've talked about this with people here and there, with like Aiden Moher in my big like Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy video on Patreon. Like, there are Final Fantasy fans, and then there are Final Fantasy 14 fans. Like, there's overlap, obviously, but, you know, it is a Venn diagram sort of situation there. A lot of people love 14, but do not care to give the other Final Fantasies a shot. And sometimes it's like, oh, it's like, people will like, so I have a friend, he got really into 14, and he was gushing about Heaven's Word, and I was like, all right, you know, what's the premise? And he explains it to me, and I'm just like, dude, that's just Final Fantasy X. And you'd think that would, hearing something like that would encourage people to, like, go give the other Final Fantasy a shot, but it's like, no, a lot of them don't. They'll just play 14. It's like, my friend, just please, like, play other games too. And that's something I say to Kingdom Hearts fans. Like, I know you're waiting for Kingdom Hearts 4. I know you want Kingdom Hearts 4. For the love of God, play another game. I say that with nothing but love. Play another game, please. Finally, Geomancer and Time Major coming back. I say delusionally. I'm a Persona fan, so I like Summoner's Fair. Man, you had me going thinking that Geomancer and Time Mage are going to be added. Imagine Time Mage in an MMO. How fucky would that be? I thought more 14 players would have prior FF experience, but it's been pretty hit or miss with more misses. Yeah, it is what it is. I'm one of the 14 players that is very interested in the other FF games. Then drop in, Blobbo. I thought Heaven's Word was the one paying tribute to FF4. I don't know. I thought that was Shadowbringers or Endwalker. Yeah, like you go to the moon or something. I don't know. Let me shoulder check this plant. I've been enjoying 5 so far, though I'm taking my time with it. The job system's cool. Yeah, the job system's great in 5. It's so good. Now, you see, kids, back in the day, to get to level 15 or so in Final Fantasy 11, it would have taken so much longer, and you would have had to start in the would have probably had to start grinding in the Volcrum Dunes. You would have had to wait to get a bunch of people together to party and coordinate and learn how to work together. And as soon as, like, one person, like the healer, left, usually the party would disband because no one else would be around. Sometimes, if you were a DPS, you would be waiting hours to party. I actually, I got recorded testimonies from several long-time FF11 players, like 75 era FF11 players, to sprinkle in throughout the video. Unfortunately, I've not listened to any of those testimonies yet since I was sent them. I've just been way too busy and like stretched in different places for that video on like what to do next. But I did get a very special guest for one of those testimonials. a very, very special guest. And, like, I want to drop a little hint, but I don't know if it'd be too much. Do I drop a hint? I don't know. Geomancers are actually in 14 already. They're one of the few jobs in the lore that your character can't play. Oh, okay. Interesting. Currently playing non-FF games, but I have to get back to playing 10 and 10-2. 10 is great. 10-2 is fine. 10-2 is fine. I'm almost done with 5. Just got Bahamut and gonna start the end game. The job system's great. Favorite classes are Blue Mage, Dragoon, Time Mage, Geomancer, and Ninja. Man, Blue Mage is so fucking cool in FF5. Well, wanted the main Blue Mage in 14, but Yoshi P said limited job class. Yeah, that's my understanding of it. Like, apparently, like, it would have the ability to, like, solo a bunch of stuff if it wasn't a limited job. Or something like that. Hundred Fists. Boost. Around level 12 is when most people would go to the dunes. Yeah. Yeah, that's when we did it on Eden. I mean, I'm like 15, 16 now. Yeah, 15. So like I'm ripe for the dunes at this point. Well, if I had more trust, I'd be ripe for the dunes. But right now I only have Kupipi. This year I'm going to try to finish all the JRPGs in my backlog, so I've been playing a ton of OGFF. Though I've also taken breaks to play DMC and Kingdom Hearts. I have been working to get videos done to pump up the ad revenue and hopefully Patreon numbers so I can move. So right now it's 10-2, obviously. Halo, July 7th at 7 p.m. Jack X is either going to come like later in July or in between those, depending on where I am with them. That's the tough thing there. And then I have to like scrimblow so much of Halo 2 before I move, because I want to get moved up north hopefully by the end of August, because my lease runs out like mid-September. And I have to be at a wedding in Rhode Island in early September. So, like, by the time I get back here, my lease would be up within a week. So, like, it'd be a panic moving thing. And I've thought about, you know, going up early, obviously, like several days so I can look at a bunch of places and get stuff locked in. I have a place in mind that I want to shoot for that an acquaintance of mine recommended, that they live there. They've had no problems. And, like, it's actually a pretty decent price. But I need to, like, get up there to take a look at it and then sign, like, paperwork to, like, lock it in. Trust is the reason I would never be able to start a new character in 11. Because you would have to, like, go out of your way to find them. I'm looking forward to playing 10-2 just because the dress sphere system looks so cool, very appealing for a trans girl and fan of magical girls. It is a cool system just because it is a dynamic system. But you gotta go find a good chunk of them. I'm in danger. No, I'm not. I'll be fine. There's so many that are limited to certain times events, then the Archangel ones are a bit rough. Wait, like from the End of Rise of the Zillard, you can get those as trusts? God damn. Like Shantoto too, like one of the best ones, is in the current login campaign. And she's so freaking good. I only noticed you have Kupipi. Have you not done the ROE trusts yet? No. I, like, forgot, like, how to get, like, a lot, like, pretty much most specific trusts. So I literally just did the trust permit quest to get Kupipi. And then just, went on my way. Welcome back, Vexen, by the way. I feel like 10-2 has similar to 5, which I love, so I'm excited to continue playing. It's more of a lateral move from 5, but it's still good. First time I actually see 11 being played. I'm sure it's a lot of people's first time in this stream, honestly. You can do them right now. It just involves going back and forth between the trust person. Fair. Who would I get being in Windurst? That's the question there. They give you Villain. Oh, yeah, fucking Villain. Yeah. Of course, gotta get Villain. Let's see. Let's see here. Hold on. I honestly can't remember how you do it, because like just says to call forth an alter ego by speaking to one of the following NPCs. Oh, I gotta talk to Watada. That's it. Well, unfortunately, it would be quite a journey to go back now. Tenzin. Yeah, Tenzin's really fucking good. Joaquim's okay. For the longest time, I thought FF11 had gone defunct. A lot of people think that. Like, every single time, like, Eyes on B was doing one of her 11 streams, there would at least be one person saying, wow, I didn't know this game was still around. Every time, without fail. It's got active private servers. Yeah, it's got private servers, but, like, retail is, like, in a good spot. Like, they've had to close 3 servers because people kept joining from 14. You also want to get the warp ring. Yeah, true. I don't know if I have... Can I get the warp ring if I'm still only rank 1? Because I'm sure I probably have the conquest points for it, but... Or am I thinking of the Emperor ring that I have to be like rank 2 to get? I don't know. I'll see when I see. I could just poor man's teleport. It's usually the best way to do anything. You get it for free from the tutorial NPC. I don't even remember who the tutorial. Oh, the one that's like posted, like at the exits. Solele. All right. Yeah, she stopped me when I was going out to Eastern Saruta-Baruta. We're back here. The world is so scale-y, whale-y when you're small. Alright, let's do a poor man's teleport. But let's see how long we can survive against a zoo. Let's fucking go. Not gonna last long. Ow. It's really important for more Kingdom Hearts fans to play other action because I think it will really help them better appreciate and understand just how well designed Kingdom Hearts is. Yeah, I mean, I think they should just play more games. Because there are more games out there than just Kingdom Hearts. Like, please, for the love of God, find other things to enjoy and get excited about. I fleshed out my pitch for a Scrubs Kingdom Hearts world when I was on Brain Lords this week, by the way. Definitely go listen to that episode of Brain Lords. Started with KH, but I got into FF and other JRPGs afterward. Same. Playing games in Big 26? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. KH4 will come out when it will come out. It can be so exhausting and draining to linger on it. Yeah. You're telling me. The Disney property I want most to be a Kingdom Hearts world is Meet the Robinsons. I heard that was a good one. I got 800 experience points off of the zoo. Got you into Nightmare Before Christmas, someone born on Halloween. Something about that section really stuck with you. Oh, that's cool. Playing almost the full FF series, including 11-14, between KH3 and 4. God damn. I mean, like, this is like people kind of dog on Kingdom Hearts fans at this point, but like, this is like a legit drought in the series, like, because there was always like something like every year, every other year, all the way up through like Melody of Memory. So like, it is kind of insane thinking about it. There's like no re-releases, no remasters, no like side games or whatever. Like, the most we've had is like the series coming to Steam, basically. It's kind of crazy to think about. Late party, sorry if I asked. Do you foresee perhaps a Dragon Quest retrospective? That would be the logical next thing to do. I'm not going to commit to that right now, though. Because, like, it'd be cool, but my god, it would be kind of repetitive just because of, like, how samey Dragon Quest kind of is. Buckle in, adjust cage, so he's dev time for inflation of current games dev time now. Jesus Christ. Reminder, the DMC devs made a Nightmare Before Christmas game. That's true. They did. Came out in like 2005, 2006 or something. The other thing to look forward to, Missing a Link, was canceled. Good. And the Switch Cloud version of the Kingdom Hearts games. Nobody was excited about that. Everybody was disappointed by that. Good luck with the future Dragon Quest X video. Ugh. I mean, I've heard Dragon Quest X is good. I just don't want to think about that right now. I really don't. I really hate how the current gaming industry doesn't allow for smaller budget games anymore, because I would love a smaller budget KH game for the Switch while waiting for 4. Yeah, we just don't really have the platforms for that outside of fucking mobile phones. And that's all, like, gacha infested and shit. And also, I don't want to play a game on a touchscreen on a device that I use as, like, my lifeline for, like, in case of emergencies. Come on. Come on. Any other long-term plans after FF retrospectives? I'm not going to finish the Final Fantasy videos for at least another 6 or 7 years, so I'm not thinking that far. I like to think ahead. I'm not thinking that far ahead. I so wish DQ10 offline would come to the West. Is that a thing? I didn't know. Played the base game with an English translation. It was really good. Only got midway through the first expansion. Need to go back to it. Yeah, Dragon Quest X just kind of kept going. Maybe a game about the Wayfinder trio in the Realm of Darkness, a remake of Dark Road or Missing Link, but like a real game. A real game. Imagine that. A real game. Gacha games already drain so much time and battery on phones. Yeah, that's why I don't play them. Because the fucking battery drain. It's like, look, I'm going to need this shit to, like, actually, like, make calls and shit. I don't even use, like, Wi-Fi or GPS or data on my phone unless I'm actively using it. Otherwise, I just turn it off. And when I need to use it, I turn it back on. Save battery. What about interweaving a Western RPG retrospective? I mean, yeah, it's something I've wanted to do, but it's like, RPGs are so big and they take so much time. So that's why I've been doing other stuff too. Got a Red Magic 11 Pro with 8K, so don't worry about battery. That sounds excessive. I thought you were going to give me a cipher. She did not give me a cipher. Has a fan and water cooling. Yeah, that's excessive. Dear God. Missing Link did look promising outside of being an AR mobile game. Also, fuck yeah. Back games? What? Even the big budget games like Genshin come with a ton of problems. Yeah, well, fuck Genshin. I remember the very first email for a sponsor I got was for Honkai Star Rail, and I was like, no. No. I mean, gotcha. Okay. Union Cross had a really good story outside the filler, just shame that it was a mobile game and not a spin-off like BBS or Days. Yeah. Yeah, I would... I not only would I like to learn more about trusts, I would like to have... I would like to get this, this cipher that I've been told you have. Where's the cipher? Where's the cipher, Waitada? Give it to me. Can't believe her. Because you can't call them in the city. Regulations. I think the cipher might come from the ROE quest and not her. Might be wrong. I've already done it. At least I did the Windurst one. Yeah, I did the Windurst one. MiHoYo just seems like a super scummy company, and the Fabs are unfortunately huge bootlickers. Yeah, fuck them. It's under basic. Is that what we're doing now? Oh. My mistake. Let's go to East Saruta Baruta, called Kupipi. Gonna have to go forward and back, and forward and back, and forward and back, and put 1 foot forward. I only know that because of Some Call Me Johnny. I would love to get Johnny to do a cameo or something, but like I have no way of contacting him, at least not like directly and privately, because he doesn't have an email on his channel or anything. His DMs are understandably closed, but it is what it is. I think like my best bet at contacting him would be being super public about it, which I wouldn't want to do, because that's like... It's like that's like, come on. That's not classy. Or like going to too many games and like running into him there. I would totally go to too many games. You know, an opportunity to go to Philly, hell yeah. Especially since, you know, if things go according to plan this summer, I'll be living in the Northeast. You know, not in Philly, you know, more north, but I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. Olympus Company mentioned for story enjoyers. I'm not that in the weeds yet. Here, have this cipher. Now give me the best trust. Give me the most OP trust in the whole fucking game. Or one of them. Picture yourself crawling under the warm, comforting blanket Taru of friendship. Spectacular. Thank you. Now I have tank. I have tank and minor healer. Have you played 11 before? Oh yeah, I've been playing off and on for 2 years. Yeah, this is just an alt I put on for this stream. Just so that people who have not... that don't have any experience with FF11 can can see. Can see it. All right, I'm gonna. Apparently, I can run an ad. Like, I've never seen like YouTube streams with an ad, but then again, I use ad blocker. So like while I'm doing this, I'm just gonna run an ad. Don't go anywhere. Like nothing. You're not gonna miss anything interesting here. All right, ads have been inserted. If you're using ad blocker, I'm not offended. If you have YouTube Premium, cool. I don't know why you would, unless you don't watch exclusively on desktop. Wait, what? I didn't even summon it. Fuck, goddamn. Basically, gotcha game that uses old books. It's a shippable ad. Oh, it's a skippable ad? Oh, funny. Funny. I should wait till the ads end before I continue reading the chat. Watch mostly on phone. Oh, you poor soul. I could never do that. I can't stand watching YouTube videos on my phone. I can't. I just... Not even because of the ads. I just can't stand it. I do, because I like YouTube music and don't want to fuck with too much Pi-hole DNS fuckery for it. Yeah, fair. Emptiness sometimes feels dreadful. Yeah. Ever wonder what Moogles taste like? Okay. Hold on. Sorry, Princess. I had to screenshot what you just said, and I had to send it to a friend of mine who hates Moogles. Oh wait, is it all? Wait, it's all Records of Eminence Quest, isn't it? It's all Records of Eminence quests. I'm an idiot. Oh, I didn't mean it derisively or as a compliment. I was just making a statement about it. Thank you for your retrospectives, best channel on YouTube. Thank you, Zia Sultan. I appreciate that. I don't know about best channel, but I appreciate the sentiment. Moogles are fucked up for Polish people. Kupo is close to Koopa, which means dookie. Kind of a shitty nickname. Kind of a shitty verbal tick, then. Can't wait for you to meet Eleven's Moogle Mafia later. How later are we talking? Your retrospectives helped me actually have the drive to finish a lot of the FF games because I wanted to watch your videos on them. You're not the only one, I don't think. The Moogle add-on story. Oh, Moogle coup d'etat. Or Coupo d'etat, I can't remember. Yeah. I know what I'm doing here. Gib, trust. I know your FF8 video came at a right time for me when I just finished the game. Yeah, it seems I've been doing that a lot. For some people. Alright, so this goes all the way up to Joachim. Spectacular, yes, spectacular. Huge thanks to you for being such a diligent and thorough creator. Your videos are incredibly well made and raise the bar for all. Good luck with your funding. Thanks for being awesome. Thank you, Nabo. Thank you very much. It's going good. We're pretty close to the $3,000 goal. We got like, hold on, so that's 50 here, and then there was another 20 from the first stream before we were conked out by my router. So that's 70 on top of. All right, so yeah, we're $65 away from the $3,000 goal. So if we hit that, then I will put on a little preview for the FF102 video. Then another 500 after that. I will do a live reading of what I've got for the 11 script. What compelled you to start these documentaries? That's a large commitment to make for a series you previously had never beaten any titles in. I noticed that there wasn't really that many interesting videos about Final Fantasy, like actually like digging into the development history and citing sources on it, or talking about it within the context of when it was made. And especially the big one was that most like American and Western fans did not play the series in release order, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, etc. They played like at best usually 1, 4, 6, 7, etc. And even then, like with 2, 3, and 5, they would play like later versions. So I had it in mind to like play the original versions in order and really dig into their development histories as best I could, cite all of my sources, and, you know, treat them as like art. And I decided to do it with Final Fantasy because it was something that had been on my radar for a long time, and I knew that there would probably be an audience for it. So before the FF1, before I started really working on the FF1 video, like researching and writing, well, mostly writing, I had already played and recorded up through 7. Like when I was working on the FF1 video, I was playing FF8. So I was working on these ahead of time. I was going far, and I was playing in advance because I wanted to get a head start, but also I wanted to know that, like, you know, this was something I was going to enjoy digging into, that I was going to enjoy playing these games, that it wasn't just something I felt like I was doing like as a job. And it is a job now, obviously, but it's something that I still enjoy doing. It's something I enjoy reading and thinking about. And doing that, you know, built an audience that, you know, is, you know, allowed me to try and take some risks here and there, knowing that I can fall back on Final Fantasy to a degree. All right. Love your FF8 videos. One of the first things I watched after finishing the game. Super fun experience. I like the 8 video. I knew I had to like thread the needle between people who love it and people who hate it, and at least like show that I understood where people who really dislike it are coming from. But I don't think I changed anyone's minds on it. I think that pretty much anyone who saw it who already hated 8 did not come away from it with changed feelings, and some probably felt really patronized, especially in regards to how dismissive I was with the fan theories, because come on. Most of the YouTube videos on FF are almost entirely about 7, the remakes are 14, or they don't really dig that deep and they're more about personal experiences like Clement's, which is fine. I like Clement's videos. With FF11, I think Vicenarian is the only channel that's done proper retrospectives on most of the expansions. I think I've seen those come up. but I don't remember. I definitely didn't watch them just because I wanted to go into 11 narratively as blindly as possible. Like, even Clement didn't do a video on 11 because he didn't play it. I got Clement in the 10-2 video, by the way. I got him in for a cameo. He reads a quote from Motomu Toriyama. So, like, if we actually hit the goal to see, to listen to that preview of 10-2, you will hear Clement. Won't spoil, but I have a feeling that one of the FF8 fan theories might have inspired one of the 11 expansions, or could be a coincidence of a similar concept. I guess I'll see in time. I will see in time. Oh no, I didn't get the warp ring. I'll live. Like, this isn't my main character. Why don't you want to stream your main? Because streaming it and being able to record the footage on that is like really cumbersome, and I don't know if it's a good idea for stability reasons. Because I'm not just going to crop the stream. Holy shit, your stream popped up on my timeline. Glad I found it. It's not much, but I hope it helps. Definitely subbing. Hope the surgery goes well and get well soon, Kitty. Thank you, Yuku. Yukarusu. Sorry. Thank you so much. It's definitely going to be a nice help. If I could actually, like, for the sake of keeping track, it's rupees. I'm just trying to keep track of donations. Okay. All right. I'm just trying to keep track of, like, how much that adds to the pot for the stretch goal. It's not much, but every little bit helps. Thank you. Your 8 video compelled me to play it again to see if my childhood favorite held it for me, or if I was blinded by nostalgia. Found I enjoy it even more. I even typed an essay about my thoughts. Good shit. Good shit. You love to see it. All right. Excuse me. Burimu. I'm going to use all my gil to teleport. And then watch as I die instantly. Hopefully not. Volaner will keep us alive, and if he doesn't, then Kupipi will. Eight's one of my favorite FF games thanks to how much I relate to and connect with Squall, and I love the romance between him and Renoa, the Cypher rivalry, and of course Laguna. There are a lot of things I like about 8, but there are a lot of things also that I am not so big on. I feel like 8, like, as a game can be kind of tedious. So, like, I appreciate it. I really do, but I do have a limit. Thank you, Valaneral. Bam. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's all coming together. Don't you just hate when, like, you can, like, when you can do a decent impression of a recognizable voice, but only with, like, certain phrases? And you can't maintain it? Probably turn on the Eminence quest for this area. Oh, it didn't count. I'm gonna have to do like map quests. Not map quest, map quests with a space. Remember MapQuest, kids? Remember when you had to print out directions for a road trip? I love the junction system. Feels like I'm playing with a party of all blue mages. Oh, God. I think the junction system is interesting, but that's where the tedium comes from, for me, personally. Drawing and junctioning. I understand you don't have to draw, but still. So it's so much fun seeing an enemy use a powerful spell and stealing it to use against them. Yeah, like, draw casting is cool. I like that. But just want to say I love your content. Since the 5 retrospective channel has become my comfort channel, can't wait to see what your thoughts will be on 12. Thank you, Cyborg. Thank you so much. Like, a lot of people have been showing love for the 5 video. Remember my dad cursing the whole way while me or mom tried to read the map. Inventory management was a point of frustration for me in 8. Oh man, you would hate it in 11. You start off with 30 inventory slots. You can get more, and it's easier to get more now. Now you can just, like, buy the gobby soup when you get to Juno. And you can expand it up to 80. But it's not cheap, especially if you're just starting out. Not sure how much you've looked into endgame gear, but for finishing the story solo on your main, look into bailed and ambuscade gear after reaching 99. I am not concerned about that right now. I'm sticking to 75 until I start Wings of the Goddess. Just to be like era accurate, era faithful. Well, you get a soup to give to the goblins who will expand your gobby bag, because that's your inventory. Your inventory is called a gobby bag. The goblins aren't all enemies. Like, there are some that are just, like, merchants. And then, of course, there's Fickblix. Hashtag justice for Fickblix. Justice for Ficky. You'll want to be 75 for chains, then. Oh, yeah. Misheard, yeah. I mean, like, I've got people who will gladly play with me if I'm struggling with to do it like on my own or with trusts, thankfully. But you know, time. He's looking for bags at the soup store. Why are you looking for bags at the soup store? That's all the way in Juneau. We're getting chains now. Bothers me that people turn on 8, intentionally break it, and then complain about how much the game sucks, when if you just play it like a normal RPG, it scales with you just fine. I struggled with it when I was just doing it kind of blind. Like, it took me a while to really come to grips with the systems, honestly, on my first playthrough. I have no experience with 11. Is it most like 12 if comparing to another FF? I haven't played 12, so I can't accurately answer that. I would say it's most like a combination of 1, 2, and 3, honestly. Which makes sense, because Koichi Ishii directed it, initially. And Hiromichi Tanaka produced it, so... Eventually, when you do get to 99 for Seekers Onward, bailed gear is easy to get, and Ambuscade takes a little grinding, but not that much. Okay. That's going to be a long time, but I'll keep that in mind. Don't forget the Gobbies have a New York accent way of speaking. Hey, yo, I want some soup here. Want me to give you more space in your garbage bag? I don't know. Ambuscade gear was enough to solo Seekers and Rhapsodies. However, for Voracious, getting help will be needed. That's fine. I'll have people on retainer. There's no gambit system for Trust as far as I know. Yeah, Trust just act on their own. You can power them up now, but you got to be like max level before you can start doing that. Hope you're doing well. It is going well. Thanks for asking, Nightfall. We are like $60 away from... including super chats, from unlocking an audio preview of the 10-2 video. Then after another $500, I will do a live read of of the entire context section of the FF11 script, which is over 7,000 words. It is longer than the context section for the FF10 video, if you can believe it. Can't wait for you to play 12 then. That's going to be 2028. 12 is in 2028 at the rate we're going. So you're going to be waiting a couple of years. 12 feels very much like an attempt at an offline 11. That's what I hear a lot of people say. But I mean, like, 12 went into development after 11, so I guess that makes sense. But, like, before 11 came out, so... Because it was announced in January 2001. Not with, like, a teaser or artwork or anything, but just, like, at a press release just saying, hey, we have Yatsumi Matsuno directing Final Fantasy XII, Hiroyuki Ito is doing the battle system. I really liked 12 because of that. Played a bunch as a kid. Gambit system kind of got me into programming. The Gambit system seems very interesting. I'll say that much. What's the pace you want to achieve with 11? Yeah, originally I wanted to have it out for the 25th anniversary next May. I don't think that's going to happen. So I'm aiming to have it ready for next Christmas. Because, like, having Kingdom Hearts 358 Days Over 2 in March, and then trying to wrap up all the work I'm doing on this for May 16th, that's a lot. even with like all the prep work ahead of time for it, which I've been doing. Cool if they put the Gambit system into 11, probably too... Yeah, that's too much. Like, leave 11 as it is in terms of that. Most of what I heard about 12 is that it's the FF game where the Star Wars influence is most blatant. I mean, I'll give Pro Jared some credit, and I'm loath to do that. It's just using this. It's just using similar tropes, as far as I can tell. Like, a lot of Final Fantasies are very Star Wars in the abstract. I saw Akira for the first time. It was interesting to say the least. I can't watch Akira. I'm not into body horror. That ending, like, it's hard for me to watch. It's a great movie, though. Great movie. The 4K Blu-ray is like $10 on Amazon right now. I was tempted. 11 gonna take a while with how the stories are and horizontal and vertical gear progression. Yeah, like, I'm gonna try to at least sample everything. There's no way I'm gonna be able to, like, go all the way in all things, but I'm gonna try and just, like, get a feel for a lot of it. Is that a giraffe? No, it's a Dalmal. Just remember a lot of memes back in the day comparing 12 to Star Wars. They're still going. They're still around. Yeah, we're about to hit 20, which means we're probably going to, like, fly past the need for the dunes. Go right to Qufim. Endgame content is really vast if you want to get into it. I mean, I'm going to have to sample at least a little bit of it. How many hours do you guess the 11 retrospective will be? I'm estimating 8. But who knows? I'm a story first player, so I haven't dug deep, and I know about most of it. I'll get there eventually. It's gonna be something. So is indeed very Star Wars, but also is probably the closest thing we'll ever get to Final Fantasy II Remake. 12 having a lot of Star Wars influence isn't anything new, because Star Wars has been a source of inspiration since as far back as the early entries. Yeah, since Final Fantasy II. Is it going to be split into a multi-part or just one go? One go, because there's drop-off if you do multiple parts. So I'd rather just keep it all in one place. I love 13. I think it's probably one of the most overhated video games I played. I adored the game's battle system. Most fun I've had with the real-time combat system in RPG outside of action RPGs. Is it actually real-time, though? Or can you just move around while you wait for your turn? That's kind of where I am with that. Also, why can't I like, put in the command to just, like, regular attack, and that's only, like, if I choose auto attack? That seems like a major oversight. Alright, let's go to Mara. I really do appreciate you taking your time to also cover 11. It was always the plan. I watch it at work, whole day of entertainment while being mad at Microsoft. Yeah. Come full circle to when I said multi-parters flop. Yep. That's how it goes. Played 13 last year. First time since it came out. Aged well. I was disappointed. 12 first time. Loved every second through. FF7 Remake jab. Ugh. Don't remind me. We got another goblin over here. Because Valaneril just doesn't know how to not do an AoE attack. You can manually attack without using auto in 13. Well, I didn't see that option when I played it, like however many years ago. It was just like auto battle abilities magic item, I think. My inventory do be full. Onyx ring. I don't need that. Let's drop some crap. Why am I not eating the jerky? Yeah, I'll dispose of it. Fuck it. I don't think the FF7 remake would have been possible. They didn't split it into parts, at least not at the massive scale they wanted to make. Yeah, but the massive scale is kind of part of the problem, honestly. Been in love with the 7 remakes. Part 1 was too linear, like corridors. Part 2 felt bloated. Yeah. Find it interesting people hate on the hallway simulator effect of 13, but it's no different than 10 in that regard. It did take too long to get to the part that makes fighting interesting, though. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of why I did focus on the linearity of 10 for a hot minute in the video, because I knew it was going to come back up whenever I get to 13. The massive scale of the 7 remake is a detriment to the game's pacing. Like, they just thought, like, hey, let's do it again, but more, without really thinking over, like, what that would do to, like, the experience and the pacing. Because now it does really just feel bloated now. It just feels bloated and slow. Under auto is attack, so you could assign some ATBs to attack and then others to abilities. Problem auto is too good at picking the optimal choice, so why not use it often? I never saw attack. I'm pretty sure I never did, but this was like well over a decade ago. So generally been pretty linear. Yeah, it has been. It's been pretty linear, but there's always been, like, there's usually been, like, other stuff you can do off to the side pretty often. Even 10 had that. Like, 10 had, like, you know, little tiny secrets you could uncover the whole way. I don't know if 13 had that. I'm under the impression it didn't, but, you know. But I haven't really played it, so I can't judge. Aren't we talking about 13 too here? Just check in battle screen. It looks how I described it. No idea. 11 is the only truly non-linear FF game. 2 kind of, because you can go off the beaten path and get mobbed by accident. You can walk to almost anywhere in the world in 2, but 11 definitely more so. I didn't mind the linearity of 10 and 13. I also don't really enjoy the overworld section of most FF games. Fine with them being stripped away. I liked 10's worlds. I thought narratively it worked for the pilgrimage. You can do the expansions out of order. Except for Zillart. You have to do the base game before Rise of the Zillart. FF9 may be seen as beloved, but you're still on a linear path through the evil forest, ice cave, and then to the cliff leading to the overworld. Yeah. You also do have to do Rhapsodies before Voracious. Ah, I didn't know that. But then again, obviously I haven't finished Rhapsodies, so... You could grind to 99 at the start and jump to Seekers if you wanted to. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, 10's world is awesome. Probably my favorite world building. The world building of 10 is great. The world building of 11 is even greater. Level 21, baby! Camera sweeps are lovely in Macalania Forest. Yeah. Like, you can't control the camera in 10, but that just meant that they could control exactly what you saw and how you saw it. Honestly, it's good. "13 did have side content, a lot of it, only much later on. It's fitting thematically that linear portion is when you're fugitive constantly on the run." Yeah, I know. I keep hearing that. I can't pass judgment because I haven't actually really played it yet. Outside of 2 non-consecutive hours, like 14, 15 years ago. I had a discussion about OG RE1 camera with sister because she couldn't understand why it worked that way. Well, in that case, it's pre-rendered. It's pre-rendered backgrounds. Yeah, it's kind of the same principle. You're right. Pre-rendered backgrounds so that it wouldn't be as taxing on the hardware, and so that they could make it look as good as possible while doing it. What was missing in 13? There wasn't really much good use of the camera when traveling. Yeah, get what you mean about the remakes being a bit bloated. Just really enjoy the expanded world story and content they're going for, so I don't mind the bloatedness. I mean, like, to me, from where I'm standing, it's like, okay, you're expanding on it, but not in a way that, like, I feel is really interesting or really conducive to what Final Fantasy VII was already doing. Music is giving Theater Rhythm flashbacks. Yeah, I know there's some 11 tracks in Theater Rhythm. That's how, like Jorge knew it. They'll likely do a box set combining them into one game is likely impossible. I mean, they already have, like, a bundle for the first two, and, like, I think you can get them as, like, a box set so far, the first two. Like, physical copies, but... It's Greg! Oh, look at it, waddle. Somo Atsula can show you the way. Oh, yes, please. Yes, it's my first time here. You should go to the governor's house. They'll tell you all you need to know about our little town. Just ignore all the people gathered around the crystal. They just do that. Go up and you're there, rolling R's. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Oh god, these stairs are like half as tall as the tiny Taru. Getting up these stairs would be like a whole workout for him. It's the kind of expanding that has unfortunate diminishing returns. Yeah. We got more than half a terabyte to install them all. With Theater Rhythm, I do have a complaint that they ignore the later 11 expansions. I haven't played Theater Rhythm beyond like the demo for like, what is it, Final Bar Line, and I'm like, man, I'm not, this isn't hitting. There's music for base game Rise, Chains, Treasures, and Abysea, but nothing for Wings, Seekers, Rhapsodies, and Voracious. Speaking of 13, I love the environmental designs of the game. Yeah, they're interesting from what I've seen. Like, it's a gorgeous game, but, you know, I can only pass so much judgment. Is FF11 playable on Steam with a controller, or maybe on Steam Deck? Controller, I think you gotta do a little funky stuff in the settings, because, like, mine has never worked out of the box, but I know that it does work. On Steam Deck, I've seen some people get it to work, but it's a little bit of a hassle. I just play with a keyboard, personally. I got used to it with the keyboard. I'm definitely interested on your theories of what's happening in Rebirth with the Whispers right now before you do that final chapter. It's basically what everybody else thinks. Sephiroth lost, so he's trying to rewrite time. Or rewrite history. That's long and short of it. What do you think of 7 remakes in terms of gameplay and combat? I don't like them. I don't like them. I don't like stagger systems, and we litigated this earlier. It feels like you're being punished for suboptimal play rather than rewarded for optimal play. I don't like it. I do not like stagger systems at all. Installed a custom map of 2 Xanarkin and Beat Saber, and I started crying halfway through. Oh. Mention something about wanting to procure some Mandragora dewdrops from Mandragas around the Crag of Mia before you meet him. I don't want to go get dewdrops. Bleh. Really glad Kingdom Hearts games don't have stagger systems. I would hate it if they had stagger in Kingdom Hearts. I really would. Tales of Arise have a decent stagger system. I'm sure it does. I don't see myself playing it. Alright. So. Oh, I don't think I have the gil to be able to board the boat. Oh no. Oh no. No, I'm not paying you gil for that. I wish to sell some wares. Oh. Oh, oh, okay. The sailor's stay. Too bad Arise is like 30 hours too long, dear God. There's a point in time where people called the flinching in Kingdom Hearts staggering the boss. No. No. Call it responsive combat design. Thing that got lost after Skyrim released. Ugh, Skyrim. Revenge value. Yeah, definitely revenge value. Yes, they gave me a stool because I'm a will guy. I'm a will itty bitty guy. I do not need this onyx ring. All right. Now, children. The boat! The boat is here! $100 gil? Yes! Waddle faster! I don't want to miss the boat! I don't want to miss the boat. I made it. I'm on the boat. I didn't miss my ship. I do enjoy the 7 Remakes combat a lot. That might just be because I'm a sucker for Nomura-helmed action games. Though I do know the game had other directors and action EVs involved, of course. Is the boat actually missable like in WoW? Yes. The boats and airships, they run on a schedule. And you travel in real time. Devs. Action devs. So, like, on the ships, if you go up on the deck, you actually can get, like, murked by hostile mobs that come up onto the deck. And apparently they're, like, there's a chance that the ship can be boarded by pirates, but I haven't had that happen to me. Why would they do that? That sounds insane. Immersion. You can mostly skip the boats and airships now with Unity Warp, but there's still a lot of charm to using them. I have never used Unity Warp, and I'm not starting now. Home points and survival guides, baby. I think they'll still do more FF7 stuff even after the remake, even though they really shouldn't. Oh, you know that they will. They'll find a way. Feels like you're actually traveling the world. Yeah, you can actually, like, see the landscape go by. Reference to Famicom and Super Famicom 2 with enemies spawning. Yeah. Probably for the best, it cheapens the exploration experience. Yeah, because Unity Warp, you just go places. You don't even have to go to them first. Wait, I don't possess a boarding permit. I don't recall this. They just kicked me off. I don't remember this. I don't... Oh. This might... That was like the ferry for, like, Otter Gone. Oops. I didn't realize that you actually could... That was how you got to Otter Gone. I had no idea. I just saw the ship and I was like, yeah, I need to get on that. Sailing on a ship or flying in an airship did wonders for the immersion. It was so fun to me. Pirates did invade me once. It was good. It was real good. Okay. The Selbina ship is coming in 4 minutes. That is just what I needed. I bet I didn't even get my gil refunded. You know, if you think of some of the stuff they pull in Remake and to a degree Crisis Core, I feel like they could have happened in FF8 given how nuts that game can get. Ugh. I mean, I still haven't played Crisis Core, so... How would you describe Kitase and Sakaguchi as directors, and what do you think their their takes on FF10 to focus on the most? In previous reference, any preference between the two? Sakaguchi needs a collaborator. He needs someone to bounce ideas off of. Kitase, I think it's hard to say because Kitase, whenever he was in charge, he always worked with Nojima and Nomura. Barring 13. So, to a point, it's hard to say, like, what's Nomura, what's Nojima, and what's Kitase. Like, Sakaguchi is more measured and is more, like, restrained in, like, trying to convey emotion more through subtlety and smaller moments. Kitase, Nomura, Nojima, that collective, they swing for the fences. They swing big. Not always to the benefit of what they're doing, though. Used to require fetch quests. Now Rhapsodies let you get it for free. Don't have to worry about it for a while, though. Yeah, I mean, I'll do the fetch quest for it. Because that's how you did it originally. I'm just a whittle boy. I'm just a whittle boy. Just whittle old Joey Stables. Hold on. So, it looks like the GoFundMe widget has kind of broke, because I just checked my DMs and you know what? I'm just gonna update it here. Or not. I guess not. Because we're well past 3,500 now. We've got it. We got it. We made it. So hold on. So hold on. Let's get on the boat. Oh, I see. Boats are in different. The boats were in. Oh no, it's the same direction. No, it doesn't matter. Hold on. Is it not working anymore? You still get the money? Yeah, I still get it. I still get it. It's just the widget just isn't working right now for some reason. Refresh cache. There we go. I just had to refresh it. Yeah. We did it. We did it. Holy shit. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to get to Selbina, and then I am going to take a quick break to heat up a quick dinner, and then we're going to put on the preview of the 10-2 retrospective. Let's see here. When you put it like that, I can see what you mean. At least you're not going, oh my god, Sakaguchi made FF like a lot of peeps do nowadays. Yeah, like a lot of people mythologize Sakaguchi. He was fallible. Like, he didn't always have the best instincts. Like, he was at his best when he was working with someone. Like, him and Kitase together were great. Like, but like, because like 5 was really good. 6 was more than just the two of them. They had a lot of people contributing to that narratively. I think the Abysea part of your video will be interesting. It's most controversial expansion in 11's history. It's a pretty unique experience, very light on story and focused more on monster hunting. All I know about Abysea is that like they're like Abysea parties, which like can get you from like 1 to 99 in like a flash or something like that. That's all I really have heard about it. I mean, I'll get there when I get there. Yeah, apparently a lot more donos have been coming in than I realized. Just the widget just wasn't updating. So I had no idea. Jesus. Abysea is when the game raised level cap past 75 and invalidated most gear at the time. Ah, gotcha. That tracks. Actually, when we get to Selbina, I will swap to my main just so I can show you guys like some of the stuff I've already done. Like just a little tiny bit. Then I'll break to have a light actually no, I'll eat while the preview plays, kill two birds with one stone. But I'll be respectful about it. As respectful as you can be while eating on stream. Here because I love your FF retrospective vids and have been eagerly awaiting FF11. Question, are those Pathfinder 2 ebooks on the shelf? No. No, I don't have any Pathfinder books. I don't have any tabletop RPG books on the shelf. Thing is, like, let me pull up OBS here to see, like... the ones that are, like, in between, like, here. Those are all, like, issues of Dengeki PlayStation. Like, I imported those for research. They addressed it by adding reforged upgrades to the older armor, but it took a while for them to do that. Yeah, like, I've got artifact gear for, like... I've got full set of artifact gear for, like, Red Mage and Dark Knight. And I know that I can get those set up. Alright, I'm going to summon the trusts. Just in case something happens on deck. I don't expect anything to, but you never know. Oh, hey, hi, how you doing? Can I do it? Can we do it? Let me at him. Let me at him. Boost maxing. He's dead, Jim. We did it, Patrick. We saved the city. We're actually traveling. And there is our route going from Mara to Selbina. We say Kitase, Nojima, and Nomura lean too hard towards anime in their FF games, or would you decide your collective style is something else? I would say that, yeah, they definitely lean anime. I don't know if that's entirely intentional, but that's definitely where they lean stylistically. And they do kind of lean more on, like, established tropes. That's not a criticism. That's just an observation. And even then, it's not... They don't always do that. Tree. See? Big tree. That's Windurst. It's Heaven's Tower. Say bye to Windurst. Tenzin is just ready to go. Oh, I can't get up on the bow. I'm too small. Too teeny tiny. It's in character for Tenzin to not dance. I mean, Tenzin is from Promathia, right? He's from that expansion. You meet him in Chains. Okay. Because I knew he was in either Chains of Promathia or Treasures of Ottergon. I thought I was going to meet him in Rise of the Zillert because he's a samurai, and you unlock and that job came with Rise of the Zillert, but oh well. He likes skill chains. Samurai is a really cool DD job. I've been leveling it off and on. Like I use it as the sub for Dragoon, and it's so good. It's so good. I love it. It's so good. And I'm only in the 50s with it. Like I can only imagine how fucking nutso it gets when you like hit the cap. I wouldn't say he's a stoic character, but he's very focused on his duty. Duty. Adventure Ho. See, this is the riveting gameplay that you miss by not playing Final Fantasy XI. A while ago you said Axel was a dancer, and I thought that was very interesting because I feel like Axel fits both the dancer job class and the assassin. I mean, like I never really thought of assassin as like a legitimate job in FF. I never did. Dancer reflects his true self, whereas assassin is the role in the organization forces him into. Oh, that's a neat way to think about it. Someone telling me like, oh yeah, Marluxia is assassin. I'm just like, Marluxia's a fucking Dark Knight. Marluxia is a Dark Knight because he uses a scythe, and that was the Dark Knight's thing in FF11. Case closed. Because Reaper was not a thing at the time. Was FF11 out? Yeah, FF11 came out in 2002. Like, it came out, like, not even 2 months after KH1. Like, 11 was 2 expansions in by the time Chain of Memories came out. Chains of Promathia came out in, like, October 2004. Granted, different teams, different people, but still. First time catching you live. Long-time fan. You do great work. Best of luck for Kitty's surgery. Thank you, Decimator. Thank you for the kind words. Good to see you. You came in at a good time because, like, we hit the stretch goals for the fundraiser, so there's going to be a preview of the 10-2 video shortly. And then a live reading of what I've got for the 11 scripts. When you get to 14 in your retrospective, do you plan to discuss the expansion separately? All in the same video, just like with 11. That's the idea. A lot of the 11 team came from Chrono Cross and maybe Xenogears. Chrono Cross, Parasite Eve 2, Legend of Mana, and I think Final Fantasy 9. I've heard, like, suggestion of that, but not anything clear. Like, there was an offhanded reference from, like, I think it was, like, Tomoyuki Takechi. Who said in Matt Leone's Oral History of FF7, like, mentioning offhand that, or like in Simon Parkin's Neverending Story in Edge from 2018, one of the two, that mentioned offhand that FF11 was developed at least partially in Hawaii. But it's such an offhand thing. Will I be okay? I have to be okay. What's your history with 11 and 14? Have you played through 11 and its expansions and all of 14's? 11 I started playing 2 years ago. I'm only on Rise of the Zillarts. 14 I kind of played on into Heavensward, but I don't really count that time. And that was years ago. So, like, I'm playing through the whole series for the first time for these videos, so. Like, I haven't played 12 at all. 13 I played for 2 non-consecutive hours years ago. I played, like, 15 for a little bit years ago. And I know basically nothing about 16. Adventure. Adventure. Makes me all the more excited for the videos. Always enjoy what someone with fresh eyes might have to say about them. 11's been fun. I've really enjoyed it. Ever watch Adventure Time? I watched, like, one segment. I think it was about Marceline. I don't even remember. Like, when Adventure Time came out, like, when I was in late junior high. And it didn't look like it was going to appeal to me, so I never touched it. And then, like, people around me, like, just barely a year younger than me, were raving about it. And I was like, oh, okay. So the base game of 11 is all 3 of the starting city missions, or are you supposed to pick one? You pick one, but you can do all of them. You just have to, like, change your allegiance, and then you'll be part of that city, and then you can do the missions there. You can bounce back and forth as long as you just pay a small fee, like, not like an actual fee, Like, not real money, just, gil. Each one has its own story with some overlap. Only one is required, but doing all three is worth it. Yes, Vexen is correct. Favorite cartoons: The Simpsons, Megas XLR. Those are definitely top two. Spectacular Spider-Man is great. God, you know how like you're asked a question about your favorites, and then they all just fly out of your head. But that's a few there. I miss Adventure Time and regular show. Wasn't watching TV back then. Neither was I, but also like I felt like I had grown out of Cartoon Network at that point. I love this old school style of real-time traveling by boat. Shame it's not really used anymore. Everyone just uses Home Point Union Warp now. Or Unity Warp now. I mean, like, in, like, modern games, in current games, it's just like, they don't want to lose the attention of players. They sacrifice the immersion for the stimulants, for the stimulation, for the dopamine. I was 10 years old when regular show and Adventure Time came out, so I was the perfect age for them. Nice picks. Thank you. I mean, like, I don't even remember when Adventure Time came out. It was like 2008, 2009. I don't know. I see Teen Titans or Jackie Chan Adventures. Teen Titans, yeah. I mean, I saw both. Jackie Chan Adventures, I watched on Kids WB, but, like, it wasn't a show I followed religiously. Teen Titans, I've watched most of it. Like, towards, like, after season 3, I think, is when I wasn't able to watch it so consistently. But I did see the last episode where, like, Beast Boy sees, like, Tara at the girls' school. Like, that was a heartbreaker. We are nearing Selbina. Yeah, like, Teen Titans was really good. I haven't watched it in a long time, though. Batman the Animated Series is good. I love Batman Beyond, obviously. I was talking about Return of the Joker earlier. I've been meaning to go back and watch Superman the animated series instead of just, like, select episodes, because, like, I want to gain a greater appreciation of Superman than I have. And I think, like, the Silver Age sort of vibe of that animated series would probably help. My favorites are SpongeBob, Adventure Time, Gravity Falls. Gravity Falls is good. 90s Spider-Man, and I saw a bit of it at the time and never really grabbed me. Courage the Cowardly Dog. Courage is fun. Courage is fun. SpongeBob is good, but only, like, the first 3 seasons, in my opinion. Like, yeah, I'm one of those people. I liked Fairly Odd Parents. Batman Brave and the Bold, my favorite Batman cartoon. It's a lovely tribute to the Silver Age and Batman's history. I've heard it's really good. I saw, like, a couple episodes here and there when it was on, but, like, I was never, like, super, super big into Batman. So, like, I think Terry McGinnis is a more interesting character than Bruce Wayne, personally. Jimmy Neutron was cool. Jimmy Neutron, yeah, I watched Jimmy Neutron back in the day. Those guys were definitely on some stuff. I still have the original movie on VHS, I think. I just not with me. I'm pretty sure I still have it, like, at my dad's house. It's boxed up. Ultimate Spider-Man with Drake Bell is the one I grew up with. Wish I watched Spectacular instead. I watched a little bit of Ultimate Spider-Man with Drake Bell. It wasn't that bad. I think people were just really bitter that, like, because Sony was basically given an ultimatum about, like, hey, you can have the film rights or the TV rights to Spider-Man, you can't have both. After Disney bought Marvel, they chose the film rights for obvious reasons, more lucrative. And so that canceled Spectacular. And so Disney made Ultimate so they could have a Spider-Man cartoon that they owned. Now, again, I haven't watched much of Ultimate Spider-Man, but I did watch a little bit. And I thought it was fine. Spectacular, though, well, it's in the name. It's spectacular. But, man, it ended on a fucking cliffhanger, though. And That's what butters my butt there. That's what chaps my ass. Anyway, this is my main here. Job levels there. I am trying to at least get every job to 50. So that way I can have like a decent-ish grasp of what they play like. But I'm probably gonna have to like do more with a good chunk of them. Obviously, I'm not at 50 with all of them. I still have to work on Thief and Bard and Ranger. I don't like playing Ranger. I really don't. That's fair. I personally count Season 4 as part of the SpongeBob Golden Age, but that's because it's my personal favorite. I also get why people don't like the SpongeBob seasons post-movie. Yeah. I wasn't too fond of Ultimate Spider-Man when I went back to it. I'm in no rush to go... Excuse me. I'm in no rush to go back to it. But... You know, if it was just, like, on, I wouldn't complain. Playtime. Yeah, not a whole lot of playtime. Like, 250-some-odd hours there, but, you know. Jimmy Timmy Power Hour was really grand. All three of them, yeah. That was awesome for how different each job plays compared to 14 and some other FFs. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, not really much to see here. Yeah, Red Mage is kind of my main. Dragoon is like my second main. Like, I've been setting that up since the 9 video. The whole Dragoon Red Mage bit. We're going to pay that off in the 11 video. And a couple people have already caught on to that in the comments. Buttered or chapped can't be both. I mean, you can chap. You butter chapped ass. You butter a chapped ass to heal the chapping. Perhaps, maybe, if you're a psychopath or really, really horny. Yeah, let's shut down with 11. And then really, the Nicktoons Unite games are also amazing. Love Battle for Volcano Island. I never played them. Like, they passed me by. They never seemed that special to me, but I understand that, like, apparently they were, like, really pivotal for a lot of people slightly younger than me, or even my age. It was really special getting that crossover and seeing Timmy and Jimmy in different styles. Yeah, that was the whole big novelty of it. That was really neat. What's your favorite nation so far? Aesthetically, in terms of layouts, I love Bastook. My tab just crashed. Okay, we're still here. All right, we're still here. My tab crashed. Yeah, I love Bastook aesthetically. Like, that's where my home is, and I like the music there, and I love the Gustaberg music. It's so good. In terms of story, so far it's Windurst. Played them in late 2009. Ooh. How prominent is Prish in this? She's in Chains of Promathia. I haven't gotten there, dude. I'm sorry. She's like a major character in Chains of Promathia, though. Heard the game's kind of a slog. Nah, like, you get into it. You got to get into it. It's nice seeing the Red Mage job class evolve from a jack of all trades, master of none class that becomes weaker near the end to a job class with its own special niche function. Yeah, it's all about the debuffs. It's part of the Rhapsody story. All right. So anyway, I'm going to kick it over to the BRB screen so I can heat up dinner and get set up for an FF10-2 preview. So I'll be right back.